Hello, beautiful people. Hopefully, I am audible. Welcome, one and all. This evening, I will be speaking with Charlemagne. Charlemagne and I will be speaking for your entertainment about MILLENNIAL. This will be a casual review. I saw a comment there saying that Oliver is going to be doing a commentary track on every stream. Uh, no. No. At last count, there were like 60 or 70 people who appeared on Millennial this year. I haven't even seen all of them because I am off in the woods and I have a kludged together internet solution, quote unquote solution. And for reasons I do not entirely understand, many of them I can't even watch until about 2 days later if I don't catch them live. There's something about how Odyssey, I don't know, buffers its data or something. I know nothing about such things. So yeah, basically Charlemagne and I are just going to roll through here and give our impressions. I believe he's seen all of them. I have not, but many of the people I've seen from previous years. Really, we're just going to celebrate the fact that this is coming to a close. I think there's one or two more streams, ask me anything that type things that woes will do. But it's pretty much finished for the year, and so yeah, the main idea here is to make sure that people know about it and to promote it a bit and to reflect on our uh, takeaways, as people like to say. Absolutely nauseating expression. Learnings. What were your learnings? What were your takeaways? Yeah, and to and to promote individually the people that appeared on it this year as well. So before we get started, I should say that down below in the description, you will see links for all of Charles the Main's stuff. So, check out his Substack, check out his Twitter, check out his Telegram, check out his YouTube, all that good stuff. And for me, you will see links down below for my books, my collection of poems, as well as my sci-fi book Vinculum. You can get both of those over on Amazon, and there are links for the other places where you can follow me: Twitter, Telegram, Odyssey, Minds and Gab. I'm not really using much anymore. Telegram, yeah, YouTube, BitChute, all that good shit. So, yeah, welcome one and all. Charlemagne, how the hell are you?
Well, I just came off the 7-hour Morgoth stream, so that was quite exhausting. I think there is such thing as too long. So, but yeah, I enjoyed it though. Other than that, I'm just eating this dessert. So yeah, that'll keep me piped up for the stream. I've got this praline and pecan pie cake right here. Not really a desserts
Nice.
person, but we didn't eat it for Christmas because, the thing is, we cooked lots of food and dessert for Christmas up here. And so when my mom sends me this cake for dessert for us to share, and then no one else eats it, now I just have a whole cake all to myself that I have to eat. But I don't really want
Yeah.
to, but I'm going to eat the whole thing right now. So
Yeah, I did that with a couple of good pecan pie slices my mother gave me, and also they were just a little overcooked, which is how I like my pecan pie. I don't like the pecan pies have to get some caramelization going to really be proper, in my view. But yeah. Okay, so first off, which how many of these damn millennials have there been? I should have all of this lore memorized. Let's see here. Looking over on the website, it looks like the first one was 2015. It was a small one with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9 people. Then 2016, it really took off. We had a number more, you know, Greg Johnson, Henrik Palmgren from Red Eye, Sargon of Akkad. You had Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer, Morgoth, Black Pigeon Speaks, and some other people. And then I think it really took off in 2017, did it? Well, it got bigger. a lot more names that I know, and some that became real regulars, like Survive the Jive. Um, but it looks like I wasn't there that year. I think my first year is 2018. Is that right? Yes. And 2018 really got big. Yeah. So I think 2018 was the one where he really just started to push it hard. Then 2019 was quite something. Um, I thought I was in that, but I don't see myself. I was certainly there in 2019. If you guys haven't guessed already, this stream is really just all about me.
Yeah,
Um,
you're in there. I see you in 2019, below Zirius
oh,
and the Golden One.
oh, that's right. It's not. I've got it on chronological order. That's
Yeah.
why I'm so confused. Right. So, yeah, and 2020 was a monster, if I recall. Yeah, 2020 was big. 2021. Uh, Wow, 2021 might have been the biggest ever. Let's see, 2022 by comparison, hell, 2022 might be bigger. This was a massive undertaking for all you puss bags who don't know what kind of cat herding is involved with trying to project manage something like this. It really does take some effort. So yeah, props to woes. I guess Charlemagne, we should start with what did we make of the host? What did we? I feel like we're in one of those "Who would you do" things of AAs where it's Alan and whatever that other dude's name is, you know. But what do you make of the host himself? It would feel improper if we had not focused upon woes at first to say what do we see about him this year?
Yeah, what can I say about him this year? I mean, he did a stellar job as ever. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I've been on Millennial the last 2 years, and it's basically the only two times I've really talked to Woes, other than the occasional DM. Woes is a figure where it kind of feels like everyone is close to him in a way. Like he feels like a friend, even if you've barely talked to him, which I think is kind of cool. So, yeah, I think he's a perfect host, and he knocked it out of the park this year. Just like the last. I will say, this year had like a different vibe to it. It's hard to really put my finger on it. Um, I guess we feel a little more adrift right now, despite sort of the coof stuff going away, which is a theme of most of the streams. I think that at least gave everyone something to focus on. But I felt now, particularly from the European side, that things were a little disjointed. So that was interesting to see.
Yeah, from my perspective, yeah, woes seem to be fully settled into what I call moderator mode. I did quite a bit of field research back in the day in different countries, different cities, um, focus groups, longer qualitative sessions with respondents, what they like to call shop alongs. And other things, where they're testing products, or sometimes where people are behind a two-way mirror and you have a translator, sometimes not. And I was seldom the moderator or the person leading the discussion. I would be sitting in the corner taking notes, and then when it became question time, I'd ask them questions as well as the moderator, because I'm not good at that. But there is a certain sort of attitude and a sort of willingness to, I don't know, to actually pay attention to the person you're talking to and try to figure out how to reach them, as opposed to how to reach another person. It's a simple matter of, some people respond well to a certain approach and others don't. You have to change it. And everybody has their idiosyncrasies. Talking to Jay Burden or Dave Martell is very different from talking to E. Michael Jones, for example. So, so it seemed to me that Woes was better settled into that moderator role. And having spoken to this many people over this period of time, it's a skill he's developed. So that was a thing that really stood out for me. Yeah. What else? Is there anything else that that stands out for
Well, I just
you
like to look at the
specifically about what?
thumbnails he has for each year on the Millennial Woes website. So, like the 2015 one is like fresh woes. He just like came out of a boy band or something, and now he's in the alt-right. And then 2016, Brexit, Donald Trump, he looks very serious. Things have gotten real. 2017, fully immersed in the dark background. And then everything collapses. We have 2018, he's looking kind of broody, I guess. That's after Charlottesville. 2019 got a little bit of a mischievous look going on there. 2020, very jolly, so very bright, lit up. So we're now in like fully jolly mode. Got the Christmas cheer going. 2021, looking a bit more serious, but trimmed down a bit. And then 2022, we're back to he's got a little chonk going on, but that's okay. And so interesting to watch the evolution there in the thumbnails.
Yes, indeed. The one that stands out the most for me is for 2015. You can tell he stretches out the neck of his shirt because it's uncomfortable, and I do that all the time. I hate these fucking tight ass, like these pencil neck t-shirts. I just hate them. Every t-shirt I buy, I have to like begin to just stretch and stretch and stretch it. I hate it. Yeah. So okay. Well, let's see here. I just shot you a private chat if you could respond to that, Charlemagne, and I'll take a look here and see who we should start with. Let's see here. 2022. We're going to take it chronologically, you think? Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's definitely the way to go.
Okay. Then let's see here. Who do we have first? Okay, you're going to have to guide me through this one because the first one, and it looks like they got a fair number of views. Maybe it's because they were straight out of the gate. Maybe it's because they're well known. I'm be inclined to think it's because they must be to some extent well known, but I've not heard of him. I'm ashamed to say. There's this white papers. I don't know anything about them. What do you know?
I'm not sure I can remember much about the stream in terms of the specifics. I did enjoy the stream. If I recall, they, I think that one falls kind of in the line of like the UK column type guys in terms of what they do. But frankly, all I have is vibes from the stream. I just remember that I enjoyed it, and that's it.
Well, that's positive. Let's go at least look so that we can give them their due.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comment. They talked about Ukraine. I think he had good takes on Ukraine, in my opinion.
Okay, so it was one person.
Yeah,
under
it was
the
one
name
person.
White Papers. Okay, so it wasn't like a UK column thing.
Right, no, but I believe his content was kind of like in the vein of what those guys do, if I recall. Looks like his channel is like a pro-white policy channel. I might be totally wrong. I literally can't remember what they talked about. It was so long ago, but I remember it was a good one.
Yes, gather round, the law from
also my brain is kind of zapped from the 7-hour Morgoth stream. Especially 2 hours of super chats. I resent super chats completely. They should not.
I'd say just fucking ban super chats, man.
Yeah,
that's just.
I don't know where the culture of the super chats have to. Like, if someone super chats, you must read it and respond. Like, that's not baked into the super chat anywhere, but that's just what people do.
Yes. Well, I mean, I guess the idea is that you're supposed to reward someone giving you money, or respond, which seems, that's just good business, right? Then again, there is always the opportunity simply to ignore them. Well, then, okay, so white papers, for my part, I just have to go ahead and just straight up front, I have to apologize to all kinds of people who are going to be listening because I haven't seen everything yet. Again, I'm out in the woods, so I can only see them after the fact, and I tend to sort of nibble away at Millennial for some time after it happens every year. So people that I know and that I like, Dave Martell stands out. The Biz Archives totally recommend him and his channel and his publications. I have not seen that yet. I'm just warning everybody up front. Survive the Jive, I always find interesting. I haven't seen him yet. I haven't seen AA and Morgoth yet. So you have been warned. But number 2, I did see, and that is Frody. And before, I guess, I go into it, Charlemagne, did you have any impressions there?
It was a standard Frody stream, which is to say good. I think he said basically everything you would expect from Frody. And, it was good content. I was kind of glad they didn't go too far into, the Ukraine stuff, because I'm pretty sure we disagree there, but it's all right. So yeah, it was good. Frody is always a solid guest.
Sorry, I was muted here and got lost, mountains of windows in the way. Yeah, I do recall that Frody was, speaking about Ukraine quite a bit. Some other things too, though. And about, some of the more important stuff he's been focusing on over on his channel, which I should throw a plug for. It's what's it? Ride the Storm? How does it? Guiding the Storm? Good God, I'm ashamed of myself. Let me see. You get over here so I can properly promote. Yeah. Okay. So it's Guide to Culture over on guidingthestorm.com. And you can follow Frody over on Telegram as well. He's been doing weekly programs that are definitely worth checking out. Let's see if I could see what the last of these that he's done is. Wow, there's just so much that he's doing Culture Lodge radio again too. Yeah, so definitely go check out Frody. I enjoyed his stream. He is moreover, and he's doing a weekly roundup with Mark Weber that's quite good that you guys should check out as well. He's more on the pro Ukraine side. He does a fair job of being sort of neutral about it, the way that I do a fair job of being sort of neutral about it, even though I'm not at all pro Ukraine. But it was interesting. His points were reasonable, and I enjoyed his stream. And definitely check him out over at guidingthestorm.com. Who do we have next? Let me get over here. I'm lost in a mountain of windows. The next one was James Tucker, and I did not see James Tucker's stream, although he does have a fancy little insignia going on there. Did you check that out? Do you have any memory of it, Charlemagne?
Yeah, I think that guy was a Newfoundlander, from what I recall, a Newfie, and I remember he was pretty high energy and nationalistic, and he was I hesitate to say Canadian, because Newfies don't really care for that, but he seemed to be a really good Canadian content creator, I guess. I assume he creates content. I didn't look into what else he did because I just didn't. But I liked it a lot. If you want to get a perspective from the Canadian side of North America, definitely recommend him. And yeah, being that he's a Newfoundlander in particular, I've only interacted with a few of them. I think
Robin Riley is too.
Yeah,
right?
She's a Newfoundlander too, and they have a very particular type of nationalism about them from the right wings ones. That I really appreciate. I feel like they have a lot of what do you call it? Sorry, my words are totally burned from watching stream all day.
Eat more sugar. Eat more sugar.
They have a good personality. A lot of energy.
Yeah.
I like this stream.
As far as I'm concerned, they're all a bunch of dirty Brits who drove out my ancestors. My whole Acadian branch of the family got driven out of there in 1750 when the miserable Brits came over and dispossessed them and forced them to go down to Swamp, Louisiana. So yeah. But I won't hold that against Robin Riley, nor will I hold it against James Tucker. So check him out. The next one we have up Imperium Press. So I'm guessing that was Mike. You must have seen that one, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
I did
honestly,
not, I'm
Imperium
afraid
Press,
to say.
I just don't like Imperium Press's content. Like, I don't know what it is about it. I don't think it's only the pagan perspective. I don't mind that so much. Maybe it's a bit too philosophical for me, and I tend to despise philosophy, to be honest. And I don't know. I just don't tend to vibe with its content. I mean, if you like Imperium Press content, then it was pretty standard. So, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Great
so
publishing house. I'm not into his content, to be honest.
okay, yeah. Well, I myself have not seen it. Certainly have to put a plug in here for Imperium Press. They're publishing a lot of folks, not least among them a certain
Yeah, it's hardcore philosophy type stuff. It tends to be, if that's what you're interested in. I honestly don't remember exactly what they talked about. None of the central issues were, the virus in Ukraine and a couple other things. But yeah,
Yeah, I certainly, I mean, not all of it's hardcore philosophy. I mean, basically, the whole Populist Delusion book that they published is
no,
like
I don't mean his
totally like
books. His
right,
books are
because
great. Yeah,
Populist Delusion is just totally like something you'd get off a magazine rack at
yeah.
the airport. I mean, it's very popular, very
I'm never really into the
accessible.
stream content. It's
Right. You just cut out with what must have been a mouthful of praline cake or something. Okay.
oh yeah,
Oh,
it's in my
hey,
mouth
check it
right
out.
now. Deal with it.
Look at this. Look at what's going on here. It looks like we have another person who hopefully has seen some of these
Sorry, I'm
episodes
having
and
some
can.
audio issues. StreamYards is messing around with me. So just give me a second and I'll fix it.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, it sounds like we had a audio issue with you as well, Charlemagne. You dropped out there for just a moment. Is there anything that well, I guess we'll wait and see if Burden has anything to say about Imperium Press, James Tucker, Frody Midyard, or White Papers, other than saying, hello, Jay Burden. Everyone should go check out Jay Burden. He's got a channel here on YouTube, and he was also a guest this year. He's one of the people that I did see.
Yeah, thank you guys for
Well,
having me on. Sorry, I every time you clear your history, StreamYards just forgets how to function, and so I needed to fix that. But as far as those, I hate to say I'm probably not the best person to have on because while I have caught a few of them, I've been working pretty long hours, and at least for me, it's pretty difficult to get the mobile version of Odyssey to cooperate all the time, and so I'm catching up on certain ones. I did see Mike from Imperium, and I thought that was pretty good. He's always an interesting guy. I kind of make time for him. But for me, it was a lot of new faces because I am newer in the movement, and so it's helpful to me as I kind of go back through these to just find people who I hadn't encountered organically before, who I can kind of pay attention to going forward.
cool. Well, yes. Actually, somebody in the chat just mentioned, and I should definitely plug this, that Imperium Press also published Thomas 777's book. What is it? Something steel. What is Storm something?
Steel
What is
Storm.
it? Steel Storm. I wanted to say Storm of Steel, but all my right-wing circuits got crossed. I'm like, this is not Steel. All right. Yes. Okay. Well, thanks for jumping in, Jay Burden. I just, figured I'd throw a link your way. I understand you might not be able to hang out here if you need to go. Certainly don't let us keep you, but we're very happy to have you on to throw in your impressions as we move forward for as long as you can.
Oh no, not at all. I have plenty of time, and those who have heard my work will know that there is nothing about not having firsthand experience that will keep me from talking about it. So I don't need experience to offer my opinions. That's
well, you're in good company as far as I'm concerned. I'm quite much the same way. All right. Well, then we have Greg Johnson, and he does, of course, Countercurrents. He's got all kinds, White Nationalist Manifesto, many publications. He's been in this world for a long time, a lot longer than me, for example. I've had my disagreements with him in the past over things like the COOF, but that does not change that he's done good work in a number of respects. I did not, however, see his interview. I intend to watch it this year. It's definitely going to be one that I check out. Did either of you guys happen to see it?
Oh yeah. Much like some of the other streams, it's a typical Greg Johnson stream, basically. So if you like Greg Johnson, you'll like it. Interesting fellow. To me, somehow he manages to have like the worst takes on basically everything, and yet I still like him somehow.
Yeah, I would say, to be fair, his takes on philosophy in general are the opposite of the worst takes. It's just
That's
on
fair, but philosophy is
social
dumb.
phenomena. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you already told us how you feel about philosophy.
But yeah, no, I mean mainly it's the Ukraine thing, but other things
Right.
too. It's I anytime I watch Greg Johnson content, I find myself amazed at how much I disagree with the guy. But have to respect counter currents, even when they are occasionally a cringe factory. So yeah.
My take is, kind of a modified version of yours. It's been interesting. I've kind of spent a lot of time going back through, the Jonathan Bowden Archives YouTube channel, and it's interesting. And it just kind of is a testament to how long countercurrents has been around, in the, limited scope of the E-right. That you have Bowden, essentially endorsing countercurrents, thanking Greg Johnson by name. And so I kind of find myself in a similar position where it's like, I don't agree with this guy, but I've got to respect the amount of work he's put in, how long he's been here. So that's kind of my take on the situation there.
Right on. Well, D is in the house, making a strong showing.
Yeah, I think that's a true statement, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. You're my favorite homo. You're my favorite homo, D. Absolutely. So yeah, no ill will. I certainly don't want to be quote unquote punching right. This is just everybody's impressions. Full respect for Greg Johnson, and not just superficially. As I said, I have a lot of respect for his understanding of philosophy. It's not just that he has a background in it. He's shown himself very knowledgeable and capable as regards that subject area. So the Course of Empire is the next one that we have up. I did not see this.
Yeah, I did, but unfortunately,
you're great. You saw all of them, and you can't remember one.
Unfortunately, Dave Martell sort of made such a bang that I literally forgot what was before him.
Well, yeah, when Dave starts talking, you can.
I don't remember anything about the Course of Empire, but I've seen him post on Telegram sometimes. I'm pretty sure he's a poster on Telegram, and he seems to have decent takes from what I seem to recall. But unfortunately, I can't really say anything on this one.
Right. There should be some kind of.
I do recall this. This appears looking at the comments. It looks like this is one where they talked about the Canadian trucker protest. I think that's probably why. Oh yeah, this is the one Black Pigeon Speaks was hanging out on as well. So yeah, I recall watching this one. I was shoveling snow at the time,
probably
which is
probably a Canadian, right?
Yeah. This was actually a really good one. Black Pigeon Speaks sort of asked the right questions and got the Course of Empire to sort of talk about politics in Canada. So this was another good Canadian perspective stream. Definitely recommend this one if you're interested in hearing takes from the Canadian nationalist side of things. So
yeah, I definitely should. I should promote him as well because he follows me over on Twitter, it appears. Yeah, he's over on Twitter for sure, under @course_empire1. It looks like he's over on Telegram as well. So it seems like, yeah, another Canadian. Burden, did you catch that one, or do you have an impression?
Again, sorry, I hate to be playing this card over and over again, but I've missed a lot of them, and that sounds interesting, especially if it's more specific to Canada, because I've been talking a lot to our Canadian friends, just because I feel like we get a very sensationalized version of Canadian politics. So I will download that and listen to that at work tomorrow, because that sounds just up my alley.
Right on. Suitably chastened for not having watched it yet. I'll just go ahead and shuffle all that off on you, Burden, because I haven't seen it either. So yeah, but it's your fault. So
I'll accept that. I'll take my my place as the scapegoat here.
Right. But like I said, I hope everyone understands, all of you out there should like just basically go over there and through the, in the coming, couple weeks, check out a lot of these people, because, Woes goes to considerable lengths to bring new people on each year. And, I've discovered some people over there. I know a lot of people actually had never even heard of me. Before I appeared back on Millennial in 2018 or whenever it was. Okay, so let me just find my way back to where I was. I need the no, I've got the Guide to Culture website. No, I need the Millennial. Yes. Okay, so next is Dave Martell. Yeah, that would be the Biz Archives. You can definitely there's quite a bit to dip your toes into there. All kinds of stuff. I had Dave Martell on my channel for a discussion of Conan, and he was like the perfect guest for that. I think it was Nullus Abnorm. I always get Abnormocracy and Nullus Abnormocracy confused. But my Hungarian friend recommended Dave Martell to come on for that, and I really enjoyed having him as a guest. He's publishing certainly sort of a pulp magazine, as well as other things, if I understand it correctly. Charlemagne, did you see that one? That's definitely one I'm going to be watching this year for sure.
Yeah, that was one of the standout streams for sure. It was a very high energy stream, and yeah, it definitely just stood above the others, just in terms of the style. And then also, the Biz Archives is this sort of unique pulp outlet, and hearing the story about how the Biz Archives got started, but also just hearing Woes and Dave talk about like the history of pulp. And Woes asks all the right questions here, and they got into some really interesting cultural areas in terms of understanding pulp fiction. And yeah, I guess like the Biz Archives is in some ways the grug side of the Imperium Press Biz Archives tag team duo. And if you like like Yiz the Eunuch or something, for example, you'll like Dave's content. I don't really have time to read, to be honest, so I don't actually check out the Biz Archives content, but I really enjoyed I really appreciate sort of low fiction as someone who has read a lot of it. I've not really read a lot of, I guess, what you would call like high culture fiction. And it's nice to see people appreciate paperbacks for the masses and dig into the history of that culture. So this is it was unique content you wouldn't really get from anywhere else. And Woes is, I think, uniquely qualified to ask the correct cultural and artistic questions to Dave. So yeah.
Burden.
So yeah, I did watch this one, and I will say I'm going to echo your sentiments on this. That Dave is a really interesting guy, and is someone who also has, and maybe not the deepest knowledge of pulp, but also kind of grew up reading like a lot of like cheap paperback fiction. It's incredibly interesting to read or to listen to someone who is not only knowledgeable on the subject, but is also actually like engaged in doing what we talk about quite a lot on the E-Right, which is production and cultural production. And so in addition to the fact that he's just a super entertaining guy, and I feel like I could kind of listen to him talk about anything, when it comes to something like that, it's incredibly interesting. And I think I don't want to make because again, I have limited exposure to this year's Millennial, but it was easily in kind of like my top 2 or 3 that I tuned into.
Sorry, once again, too many damn monitors and screens overlaid one upon the other. Yeah, Dave is certainly interesting and energetic. In his case, I'm even willing to attempt to overcome the native desire to just run when I hear a northern accent. And he's not even from that far north, I don't think. But boy, he's got a northern accent. In his case, I will hold my native response in abeyance. So definitely check that one out, people, and check out his Biz Archives. You can certainly follow him on Twitter, on Telegram, and all the rest. Good guy. Speaking of good guys, we have we have the Distributist next, and I did see this one. As I recall, a lot of it was kind of a review of the year, wasn't it, Charlemagne? I mean, from what I can remember of it, Dave was, typically, or I guess the other Dave, uh, was typically observant, had interesting takes, was thinking carefully about things. I'm trying to remember what the main subjects were other than reviews of the year. I think there was some about maybe COVID, some about Ukraine. Do you remember, Charlemagne?
Honestly, don't really remember. I think the Biz Archive stream kind of clouds it up a bit. Let me see if I can check the comments and review. I mean, like all the other ones, it was a pretty standard distributed stream. So if you like his content, this is definitely up there with some of his top conversations he had with people. Looks like they talked about. I think they might have talked a bit about Elon Musk and the whole Kanye situation.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't remember much in particular about it. It was good content, but it definitely wasn't one of the stellar standout ones.
I enjoyed it. I just, Dave is he's not super flashy, but he makes very good points, and he's you could just tell he's a friendly guy. But he's also honest. So he's going to tell you what he actually thinks. I always find his.
I think he also
Something
addressed
about pagans and Christians, right?
He also addressed some particular chat. I mean, often what tends to happen when Dave is on streams is people will harass him about his views on race because they seem to think he has really liberal views on it or something, which is always really irritating. So they did get into that a bit. If you're interested in seeing him talk about that, he's always really careful around that subject, and I think people associate that with basically being a civnat or something like that. So that's a really irritating accusation to be thrown around. So, if you have that belief, perhaps you should watch the stream and hear him talk about that topic later on once they get to the super chats.
Right, and it does look like there was some discussion of neo-paganism as well. So, yeah, I do recall there was some of that in there. Burden, did you catch it? Any of it?
Yeah. So I've caught a bit of it, not the whole thing. I obviously Dave is a huge influence on my thought, and so I found it something that I largely agreed with. I thought that it was. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it by any means, but it kind of felt like if you asked me, hey, could you write, a stream between millennial wolves and distributists? Maybe it's just that I've been on the internet, too long or consumed too much content, but I probably could have. Again, nothing wrong with it, but it was kind of one of those things where it's it was, very much kind of the distributist on, which again is nothing bad, but that's kind of my take on it.
Right on. Yeah, it's a real shame. We were supposed to have a prudentialist on here as well. And as I understand it, he's pretty much seen every single one of these as well. But he was just not able to make it on. We had hoped to start this earlier, but we didn't want to start the stream while Woes was still talking with Morgoth, and that, went 6 or 7 hours as we talked about. So Prude had to bail. I wish he could be on here. Go check out Prude's channel too. Anyway, so the next one up is Dangerfield. I've seen him on previous streams with Millennial Woes, and I've had him on my channel. I've been over there talking to him on his channel, so I know him. I like him. I'll definitely be watching this one this year, but I did not see it. Did either of you?
Yeah, he's got a really entertaining personality. I don't really remember what they talked about in particular, but it kind of doesn't matter because, he's on a lot of the millennials, and Dangerfield is just a cool guy to talk to, basically. I don't think I've ever spoken to him, but every stream that I've seen with him, you can always just tell that you can't really have a bad conversation with him. So if you just want to hear Mr. D, it's a fair criticism.
It is. It's a very very fair criticism.
But yeah, Dangerfield is just fun.
Somebody has to go in and do a vowel intervention with the distributus because he's only got one vowel. Someone needs to explain to him that with all those consonants, he should at least have 2 vowels. Dangerfield, did you see Dangerfield, Burton?
Again, and guys, I might have to step out on this, not because I've realized I'm not only completely unqualified to talk about the stream, but I got sick over Christmas, and I'm just I'm not exactly firing on all cylinders. But I will say I did catch Dangerfield. I thought it was particularly entertaining. That's another one I would consider one of my. I realize it's not particularly useful to name your top 5 when I think I saw 5 or 6 episodes. They were all good. But nonetheless, I would say I enjoyed it. He's I don't know. I kind of feel like in an alternate world, maybe and kind of like if an older version of YouTube stuck around, people like you, Semiagog, and Dangerfield would be orders of magnitude larger, and you can kind of see that like the thumb of Susan sitting on the scale. That never really like took off to the level it probably deserved to. Anyway, thank you for having me on, even if briefly. I've just kind of realized as I'm talking that my brain is not exactly working the way it should. So I'm probably gonna go to bed, and hopefully this will clear up my sickness. But thanks for having me on, even if briefly.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, man. Thanks for jumping in. Everybody, remember, we'll get to Burden in a minute. We can actually talk all kinds of shit about him because he'll be gone now. He'll be asleep.
It's completely fair, honestly. I that's the one that I did listen to, and that's probably the worst mistake you can make is listening to yourself talk for an hour and a half.
No, I saw that one actually, believe it or not, and it was a good. You held forth well, sir. So well, get well soon, and thanks for coming on.
Sure thing, and obviously, guys, show these guys some love. They do good work, and they're kind enough to let me hang out every once in a while. So good night, guys.
Night. And Charlemagne, check your private chat here. Okay, so who do we have next? Oh, Dangerfield. Was there anything else that you wanted to say about Dangerfield?
No, not really.
These,
it's pretty
a wacky guy from a hot climate.
It's easy listening. He's led quite an interesting life from what I understand. So that gives one a sort of well-rounded perspective, if you want to put it that way.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just going through this. I'm half stupid here trying to figure out my my various windows. So yeah, definitely do check out Dangerfield. He's over on Telegram for sure. He's got a YouTube channel, and he is on Twitter. So I've seen him there. Let me just send out a quick chat here to we go. Oh, yeah.
Mr. D seems to be accusing Mr. Burden of being a twink. I would not agree with that assessment. I would say he's fit and he's not twinkish.
Yeah, I didn't get I mean crypto twink maybe, but I don't really get that vibe, man. I mean, yeah, I don't Sorry, this is how all kinds of evil gets started. You see what D is doing? It's kind of
don't you have a space to run? Go away. Get out of here.
Well, if he does a space later, I might join it. I'm just gonna have to bail on all y'all and just go hang out for D space because I can get drunk there because I don't have to be in charge. Okay. So yeah, who's next? John Morgan. I saw this one. I was not familiar with Mr. Morgan, but I found his discussion of Ukraine. That was the main thing he talked about. That was probably, perhaps there were some earlier ones like we were talking about that I missed, but that was the first one that I caught this year that really was seemed to be quite a bit about Ukraine. And Mr. Morgan had a good bit of experience with it, had spent some time in Ukraine, had also met with a number of nationalists there, and he had some interesting views on it. And yeah, Vingul, hello Vingul, is saying in the chat that he used to run Arctos, and he did mention that in stream. So I enjoyed that stream. He had interesting takes on all of that, and I found it well worth the time. So yeah, definitely check him out. Do you recall any of that?
Yeah, I think I sent you that stream to watch because I'm pretty sure it aired before the stream we did on Poland, and I thought he had some really interesting takes on his experiences talking to Ukrainian
Yeah,
nationalists in Ukraine a year or so ago.
you're the one.
So
Actually, you're right. You're the one who got me to watch that.
yeah,
You are.
so if you want some firsthand accounts of what the nationalist scene was like in Ukraine before the war, definitely check out the John Morgan stream because he can deliver.
All right. I might regret this one day, but I'm just going to go ahead and make D a moderator. D, don't take any shit from people. And if anything looks like it's is the kind of thing that should be removed, please remove it. And if you do so carefully, D, or really at all, feel free to abuse people just because you want to. You've earned that privilege. Okay. Next is Mr. Burden. I checked out the stream. I enjoyed it. I felt like he did a good job of sort of introducing himself to the world. What did you make? What did you make of the stream, Charlie?
Yeah, it was an interesting inversion since he's usually interviewing people. I think he always makes good content. His Burden is good at asking people different questions. So whenever the guests you tend to see on his streams, in particular Thomas77, that he actually has the largest catalog, I think, of Thomas777 content aside from Pete Quinones. And yeah, his streams with Thomas are really good because he tends to take Thomas in different directions, sometimes religious directions. It's interesting, yeah. So perhaps he's similar to Woes in that regard. He's good at getting people to talk about stuff that they aren't really asked about on any other channels. It kind
Did you just say axed?
No, I said asked.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It must have just been a glitch. It just must have been a glitch in my. Right. Absolutely. Also, I sent a tweet out to not a tweet. I sent a little chat comment out to Dave Martell if he wants to jump on and maybe join us for a bit. I sent him a link. He might not be reviewing the chat, and so maybe didn't see it. But if he does have time and is interested, feels like dropping in, he's always welcome. So yeah, Burden, I thought was. Burden was cool. Yeah, check him out. He does have a lot of interviews with Thomas777. Yeah, maybe he's getting up there with Quinones and Ace. Loud Sound Epicenter has quite a few of them too. All right, I see somebody saying, have we covered Asha Logos yet? And we have not. I did, as a matter of fact, happen to see that stream. So who do we have next? We have Blood Satellite. I didn't see that one. Did you?
Yeah, this is a podcast I've only become aware of in the last couple months, really. And I'm not sure exactly what they're about, but they're really funny. And they're definitely right wing. So it's run by this guy Dimes and then some other one. I've seen Dimes hanging around Telegram's chats, and yeah, these guys are hilarious. So it's very funny right wing content. They've interviewed Thomas. I think they might have even done a podcast with Moldbug a long time ago. So yeah, sort of just an intro to the two guys who run the show, but then they run their own podcast that you should definitely go check out because it's really entertaining stuff. It's funny, which is good. It's not super. I mean, it is serious, but it's not one of those like dour shows that will leave you feeling black-pilled. So good listening on the drive or something.
And so when you say funny, that's actually very interesting to me because I think we need to gather together funny people and do some projects. Are they funny, just sort of natively funny? They make jokes while they're talking, or
they made several funny remarks during the Millennial Woes stream, and they kind of rib on each other a bit. And yeah, they're definitely legitimately funny people.
Right on. Well, we have Mr. Martell, Mr. Dave in the house.
Hey, how we doing? What's up, fellas?
Hello.
Good to see you and welcome, sir. Welcome.
How we doing? How's you guys' Christmas?
It's been good on my end. It's been mostly solitary. I did go see family on Christmas Day, and I got sent home with so much shit to make me fat that I'm working on that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so good on my end.
Yeah, I had a great Christmas. I got some great gifts as well, including 2 reprints of Signal magazine, which is the most popular magazine in Europe from the years 1940 to 1944.
That's
So
interesting.
yeah, definitely some interesting content in there. So I'm looking forward to reviewing that. I also got a wooden model of a, what is it, Fokker Wolf fighter from the time. So looking forward to putting that together one day.
Very cool. Very cool.
Nice. How about you?
Oh man, I'll be honest with you. My holidays kind of blew a little bit. It was cool. Like, it was a good time, right? We had a good time, but I got 3 kids. I got a house full of people. We got sick, and let me tell you guys, for you guys out there that might not have a whole mess of kids, when one kid gets sick, it's not like everybody gets sick at once and then it's all over with. It's this slow chain reaction through the whole house, and it's a nightmare. These kids are petri dishes, so they just carry the plague. You know
That's
what I
why
mean?
you got to lock them in the basement, man.
I know.
That's what I intend to do when I have them, is just don't let them out, and then you don't have to worry about them being, like the typhoid Mary or whatever, the vector children.
I know, that sounds reasonable. Maybe I'll look into that.
Yeah, sorry. Child Protective Services were just joking, right?
Yeah. So yeah, other than that, it was a good time. I had a wonderful time on Millennial. I had so much positive feedback. I sold a bunch of books. People were messaging me saying they loved the episode. I'm very blessed to have to have that opportunity, and appreciate everybody tuned in and sent kind words. Unfortunately, because my family was so damn sick, I'm a busy guy and everything, I missed like most of it. So I might not be that good of a commentator. I even missed a lot of my boys, like guys, but I did try to tune in to the, my friends that were on, that I tried to go on. I tried to send Woe some super chats to, support him, and, you get some hype around some folks. So, where are you guys at with everybody?
Well, let me just ask you this: did you see? I'm just going to quickly review these, if you did, just stop me as I list them and make a comment. Right? Did you see White Papers?
I did not. I missed it.
Frody Midyard.
I did see Frody. I saw Frody.
What did you think of that?
Yeah, I thought what you guys said about Frody was, Frody he's a really articulate, cool, calm kind of guy. He's like a deep thinker kind of dude. And like you guys said, maybe I don't agree with some of the stuff that he says, but I think I do like him a lot. I think he's a good guy, and I think that he's got a demeanor that I think more people should have. I definitely don't have that. He's, you know what I mean? Well, yeah. I like him, and I appreciate him, and I did think it was a good episode.
Yeah, I'm also off in crazy land most of the time, so I don't even worry about my reputation for like being prudent and waiting to render judgment and waiting for the facts to come in. I mean, that ship sailed a long time ago for me. But yeah, Frody's good and has been doing a lot to try to get young men to stop acting like shiftless assholes. How about James Tucker?
Missed him.
Imperium Press.
Oh, that's my boy. I tuned in. I love Mike. I know. I really sympathize with what Charlemagne's talking about here with saying that philosophy is gay, because I feel like there's kind of this like bell curve thing that you go through, right? You first like the Grugs, they say, oh, philosophy's gay, and then you go and you go up the curve at the top when you start reading philosophy, and you're like, oh my god, this is the secret to the universe and everything, and then you read enough of it to figure out that philosophy's gay. Like even what was his name, Oswald Spengler said that once your society starts producing philosophers, that means that it's in death phase. And what's really interesting is I find it interesting because Mike, because he is such a big brain guy and he's got all of this archival knowledge that he could just spit out there, is that he has like these same criticisms. He's a guy that's really pro praxis and all this kind of stuff. You really like tune in and listen to what Mike's talking about. He is very, very practically minded kind of guy. He's my boy and everything. We have a show together. We do Culture Dad. So I love Mike, and I think that what he does is great. I always tune in all his stuff. So Yeah. So Imperium
Well,
Press, my
just do
boy, I tuned in. Great show.
very, very quickly, since I didn't see it and Charlie couldn't remember. Do you recall what the main thrust of the discussion was?
So they started out talking about. So here's, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. When I start hearing more and more takes about the Ukraine-Russia war and COVID, and so I kind of start. I might let it play in the background, but I kind of tune out because I just feel like I've already heard everything that needs to be heard about it. So a lot of the streams that like went back into these topics, I kind of either. I'm not saying that they're bad. It's good content. Maybe a lot of this needs to be said, but for me personally, I get a little bored with it. So I missed a lot of. But it's wait, what were we talking about again?
Was Well, it doesn't matter. Let's move on. Did you catch Greg Johnson?
I did not.
Okay, Course of Empire.
I did not.
All right. Well, what did you make of your own performance?
I mean, I had a good time. I had fun. I hope people liked it. Yeah, I thought it went well. This is my first time on Millennial. I haven't really, like Charlemagne said, I haven't really gotten to know Woes at all. I just kind of maybe had a DM with him here, there, or like exchange, something in a comment section or chat somewhere over the years or whatever. But this is my first time actually sitting down and talking with the guy, and I just had a blast. I think I did pretty good, right? Typical thing that I do. Some of the other ones, if you want, I could just go through and tell you the ones that I thought were great.
Just up through Blood Satellite, because that's where we've gotten to. I just wanted to give you a chance to go back if you could shed light on anybody who didn't get proper juice.
Yeah, well, Blood Satellite. Let me tell you, Dimes, the guy. I know there's another fellow on there too. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts because I'm a podcaster. It's kind of like when you're a chef and you cook all day, you come home, you don't feel like cooking. I don't listen to podcasts. Dimes is a tremendous vocal talent on the mic. This guy, he's funny off the top. He's got lots of knowledge. He's got a lot of. This guy in a fairer, more just world could be a star on the like a Rush Limbaugh type character, or maybe like an Opie Anthony kind of character. He is a very, very talented radio host. So I really like Blood Satellite a lot. Red Ice obviously is great.
All right, now you're getting ahead of us. You're getting ahead of us.
My bad. All
right, so you got us. We got up to speed with Blood Satellite. Now, and by the way, Dave, I know that we just threw this blink at you out of nowhere. So if you need to boogie at any time, being a man with a life and children, and all that stuff, just do so when you need to. But you're welcome to stay for as long as you like. I guess we came up on Godfrey Bloom. Did you see that one, Charlemagne?
Yeah, that one was really good. I'm not familiar with Godfrey Bloom, although it seemed like a lot of the British were, but he's like this older British gentleman, very
he's
spicy.
UKIP. I think he was a UKIP politician.
Okay,
once upon a time.
That makes sense. He's clearly nationalist, pro-white, and pro-English, and he had that classic British gentleman's wit that you don't really see anymore. So, also a very enjoyable stream and somewhat spicy in places as well.
Yeah, I really dug it. I mean, he basically had, well, now I'd tell you exactly what I would do.
Yeah, I
if
think
we
he,
were going to have to take care of the problem with, it would take me a week to remove them all, and I would deploy the special air service on the shore, outside Calais.
Yeah, he basically said he'd invade France.
I kind of want him as like a great uncle. I guess as old as I am now, I could just call him an uncle. But I like to imagine that he would be a great uncle, and that I'm not as fucked up and old as I am. But yeah, I really liked the Godfrey Bloom stream. Did you see it, Dave?
I did not. I'm actually scrolling back, trying to recall the shows that you guys go over, Fergan and Cult Games and all that.
Haven't gotten to him yet.
Oh, we're doing chronological. If you click chrono, you can change it from A to Z. And
yeah, there's a sort based on A to Z or a sort based on chronology. And then you will see where we have arrived in the sequence. Okay, so the next one is Tamir Bar On. That sounds like a Welsh name. Did you see that one?
Was that liberal author who was supposed to have another guy with him, if I recall correctly? I think it was.
I don't know. Let's see what we can see. Let me go over here.
Let me click through the video.
Yeah, and anybody can tell us in the chat.
Okay, this one, I didn't like this one. I just didn't really see what this guy had to say in terms of being on our side. I mean, he was basically just like a liberal who doesn't yet hate the right wing and wants to sort of quote unquote honestly engage with it. I'm sure there's some history there that Mr. Woes found very interesting, but I just didn't really feel like this guy was worth talking to. I mean, maybe he's open and maybe he's not stabbing us in the back yet, but like, I'm just kind of past the point of having dialogue with these people, even when they're polite about it.
Cool. Well, I did not see it, but I'm definitely going to check it out because I actually find these kind of things more interesting. Especially, let me just see if dude's face appears on screen because I like being able to read their reactions. You know, to watch as their facial expressions change when they get. Yeah, I actually just came in on a particular shot of the frown lines appearing on the face and everything. So yeah, I will I'll definitely check this one out. It sounds like the rest of you guys don't there's not much else to say on it for the moment. So let me go back over here, and who do we have next? We have Pete Quinones, and I did see this one. I enjoyed it. I like Pete. I like his stuff. I've had him as a guest on my channel. Like Charlemagne mentioned, he has done quite a bit with Thomas 777, not least of which is the Cold War stuff that's very interesting. It was Pete's first appearance. I enjoyed having him be the one that was asked questions rather than him asking the questions, moderating or hosting as he does with the Thomas 777 stuff. I had him on my channel to discuss libertarianism and what's wrong with it. I thought it was a good stream. Did either of you see it?
Yeah, Pete is always spitting fire, and he has very biting criticisms of the right wing often when he is interviewed, ones that often hit home as well. So he's definitely worth listening to. He really just doesn't hold back at all, in a very good way. And yeah, I mean, obviously his work with Thomas is just legendary at this point. I mean, we haven't really had content that good in our space in terms of covering a historical perspective in a really long time. So yeah, it was once again like Mr. Burden, a good inversion where we get to see Pete interviewed for once.
Right on. Yeah. I enjoyed it, so everybody should check it out. Dave, I'm guessing you did not see that one.
No, I missed this one.
Did you see the Red Ice one?
I saw most of the Red Ice one. Yeah, it was, I don't know if you want to go on to that one or if you want me to just kick it off with the Red Ice.
Kick it off with Red Ice because I did not see it.
Yeah, I didn't get to catch the whole thing, but typical Henrik fare. Henrik is, the guy's a legend. I probably wouldn't be here if I didn't pirate the early Red Ice radio interviews back in like 2008, 2009. The guy is literally a legend. He is a tremendous radio talent, and he does a little bit of different content that he did when he first started, but he's just one of those guys that you could just bring him on and let him talk, and you can ask him any questions, and he knows how to articulate on them, and he's just the man. So if you like Red Ice, you should watch that episode. He, typical Henrik.
Yeah, I don't know him well. I'll definitely be watching that interview. I did appear on Red Ice once. He was kind enough to have me on in the past. So yeah, good guy, and I look forward to checking it out. Did you see it, Charlemagne?
Yeah, it was pretty standard Red Ice content, which is to say very good. Henrik is Henrik. They've been around for years and years, maybe even a decade at this point. I haven't watched Red Ice in a long time, but it's sort of one of those right-wing media pillars. He's got a beautiful family now, and solid nationalist content. If I recall correctly, I believe he moved to Idaho some time ago. I recall him mentioning, although maybe I might be incorrect about that, which is interesting because I always thought he lived in Europe, but maybe it's a part-time thing. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's definitely one that I'll be checking out. Now we come on to one that I did watch, which was the discussion with Martin Zellner. Um, and I found it very interesting because I had not, of course, over the years I'd seen, the GI direct action stuff, where they go out and they climb atop some sculpture by the Brandenburg Gate, or this kind of thing. And so I was aware of him, or doing stuff in the Austrian Alps. They got a lot of press coverage. To me, it was interesting to hear his thoughts on things. They sounded solid, right? Like no bullshit detected. Not that I'm in a position to judge him one way or another, but I'm acquainted and on friendly terms with someone who knows him, Martin Lichtmetz, who's a great guy. And Martin likes him, so that inclines me to like him. And it was, for me, the most interesting thing about it was his discussion of how the situation has changed, how he's forced to operate all of the court cases against him, all of the censorship. So to me, it was just very interesting to see how rough a lot of things have gotten in places in Europe. People like Charlemagne and me, we're thinking to ourselves, oh my God, everything's so fucked in the US. It's absolutely ungodly. It's horrific what's happening here. And it's very strange to talk to people who are, or hear people talking and sharing their impressions from Europe when it's so much worse there.
So wait, you're saying that he has to like be his own lawyer?
No, presumably he's hired his own advocates or whatever to deal with the various lawsuits and things that they've come after him with. But I remember him mentioning that, like, he had to take down the lambda insignia of GI from anywhere, because if there's any instance of it, it's some multiple thousands of euros fine as an offense for each one independently. Like, they've just really come after him. Yeah. He's forced to they're hammering him, like, they do all over Europe with people they don't like. They just hammer you until you shut the fuck up. And so to me, it was a little bit, and he's not, by the way, shutting the fuck up. Apparently he's just, conducting himself differently within the law, of course. But for me, that was the most interesting thing. How about you guys?
Yeah, I found the European streams rather tragic this year because they are just so totally and completely screwed. And I'm not even sure a lot of them realize how screwed they have been by this war in Ukraine. That being said, like, America has just smashed Europe at this point, and I don't really... It feels like all these guys are spinning their wheels, and it's hard to imagine them actually getting anywhere because they're so utterly oppressed, and Europe is just so utterly screwed at this point. So kind of a melancholy aspect to all the European streams, because it feels like they're all just sort of struggling, and just it's hard to imagine how they're even going to get anywhere with what they're doing with the situation that America has put Europe in.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see more of that with Faust's stream for sure. That was a black pilling one. But Zellner had a very positive attitude and seemed to think that there was all sorts of there were all sorts of opportunities.
Austria is not in NATO, so there's a bit of a different opportunity there for Austria, but pretty much only Austria.
Right on. And did you see that one, Dave?
I did not, but I'm enjoying hearing you guys talking about it. I probably should go check it out. I do know who Martin Zellner is. He's been around for years. He's Generation Identity, right? It's what his
right. Although that's now forbidden. It's a forbidden organization.
Verboten.
Yes. Verboten. Yes, the Blockvotes will show up and screw you if you do not speak the name that cannot be spoken. Well, yeah, definitely check him out, people, because I found it a great interview, and I think it's his first time ever appearing on Millennial. The next one up was, and I'm going to screw up his name, Gerard. I think it's Gerard, I believe. But
I think it's pronounced Geroid.
Yeah, that's just how it's written. Well, it's one of those things like, you think it's Siobhan and it's Siobhan, right? So it's all that that Gaelic type funkiness. But Gerard Murphy, great guy, very interesting. Actually, I should say that, though I diss the term activist, I certainly don't begrudge Martin Zellner using it, nor Gerard using it. He's an interesting guy. I think I saw 90% of it. I had to cut it off towards the end because I had some things I had to do, but I really enjoyed listening to him. He's a very, 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 he's just a straight up guy. He's just very direct. He seems very honest. He seems very focused on what he's doing. His primary concern is for his people, and he organizes with folks to deal with all the kind of horrible crap that's going on in Ireland, which, we don't hear much about. There's computing forever, I suppose. But
what's going on there?
Well, they're being flooded with replenishment population, and Murphy is very, very good for giving you a sense of what right-wing activists are learning on the ground about how the left are organizing to make themselves seem like members of the community who are concerned about something, when in fact they've all been, they're all vat-grown leftist operatives who've been pumped in to create the appearance of a community backlash, that kind of thing. So yeah, I found it very interesting, and I find Murphy very interesting. He's got a Telegram channel, definitely worth your time. And for people who are not familiar with him, go check him out. Did you see it, Charlemagne?
I did. I think you summarized it pretty well. I don't really have anything to add to what you said. It's rare to actually get Irish perspectives. I mean, there aren't really many of them available, so it was good content.
Right on. Well, we have a lot to cover, so let's jump on. All best wishes to Murphy, though, and let's jump over to Duchesne, Ricardo Duchesne. I've seen some interviews he's done with other people. I've not yet read any of his books, but my take, I haven't seen this one yet, but I definitely intend to watch it. He's a very interesting guy, well-educated, comes from an academic background. He's written some very interesting books. I've seen him on occasion have a take that I don't agree with, but I'm sure everyone can say the same thing about me, probably twice over. So yeah, I didn't see it. What'd you make of it, Charlemagne?
I honestly can't really remember this one. So I don't really have anything to say.
Well, check him out.
I definitely saw this one, or maybe I only saw part of it. Maybe I should rewatch this one.
Yeah, do check it out. He's academic background. I want to say he's in Canada, but I'm not sure. But definitely worth your time to check out. I'm guessing you did not see this one, Dave?
No, but I am familiar with. I actually have his one book, Faustian Man in Multiculturalism or something like that. It's a decent. He has some premises that I really disagree with. So I don't want to go into all that right now, but he's definitely a very smart guy. He's, like you say, he's an academic guy. Yeah, so I am familiar with him, but I did not see the stream.
Right on. So we're not dissing anybody. We have some differences with him, but I feel he's still very much worth your time. And then there's me. I don't suppose we need to go into this because
you
I'm
can't
here.
Get out of this.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Here we go.
I mean, it was a manic stream. I believe you talked for 40 minutes straight, uninterrupted, which was I was drinking. Interesting, but typical. Yeah, Lois kept giving you shit for having a little bit of apple juice. I mean, you really weren't overdoing it. He was acting like you were, about to get smashed on stream, which is definitely.
I saved that for D spaces. Yeah.
So yeah, you did that the day before we did our Poland stream, which went really well. I think you made really great points on that stream. So I definitely recommend checking it out, especially if you're interested in the Ukraine war stuff.
Okay. The only thing I would add is that the second half of the stream, we talked instead about psychology and.
Oh yeah, that was really interesting too. It was one of those dual streams where it was like two completely different streams sort of stuck together, and the psychology bits were really interesting as well.
The B-side.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
it was a double A-side album.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, Dave, we can skip over your impressions of this unless you have really great things to say about me.
I tuned into some of it, but if you guys went into psychology and stuff in the second half, I'll probably go back and listen. Yeah, like I said, you guys talked about the Ukraine war stuff quite a bit.
Yeah,
and I was
yeah,
nothing.
it's
Like I
your-
said,
not your thing.
nothing against you guys for it, but I'm tired of hearing about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no worries. Turnabout's fair play anyway, since I haven't seen your stream yet. So
Yeah, all good.
that's righteous. It's all good. How about White Date, White Deal, White Child? I did not see that one.
I don't remember this broad, so maybe I missed it.
I think it's
Dang.
a dating platform person.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think if I'm remembering this right, somebody tell me in the chat, if I'm mistaken, but I believe it's a woman who runs a right-wing dating service or something. So yeah, but I can't say anything. I can't say anything about it one way or another.
Yeah, I guess I missed this one. I thought I'd seen every single one, but yeah, I can't really say anything on it.
Yeah, I'm just posting this one about not watching women as a default position, just to see if B is still here. I guess he's probably not. Okay, so yeah, let's see here. Gal was good. She was on last in 2018. She's German. Dating service for fair-skinned people. So yeah, check it out. The Woodlander. I have not seen this, but I had him as a guest on my stream. He joined me and Charlemagne to talk about the whole get out of the cities, run to the hills thing. I like him. And I enjoy his stuff. I'm subscribed over to his channel on YouTube as well. So definitely check him out. I have not seen the stream yet, though. Do you remember anything about it, Charlie or Dave?
Yeah, I saw the first half. I mean, it was Woodlander content talking about homesteading and stuff. I didn't realize that Woes was really into homesteading. He had a lot of homesteading guests on this year. So it would have been good to actually talk to him about it, since obviously I'm doing that as well. And have been at it for 6 months off the grid and everything. So I told him I'd be interested in talking about it next year, though. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
if you don't run out of propane and do a Jeremiah Johnson and freeze to death, you should have him on.
I like the cold. It gives me Aryan blood power. So it's my natural habitat.
Juices up his vril.
Vril levels peak. Okay. Paul Fahrenheit. I have not yet seen this one, but it was really good. He's part of the Old Glory Club, right?
Yeah, he's a very controversial figure. He definitely likes to poke and prod and stoke people and troll a bit, but he's really intelligent, and they had a very, very good stream on literature. They talked about the 3 books that are sort of the foundation of Anglo civilization, basically Anglo-American, which was the King James Bible, Shakespeare, and then Paradise, Milton, I think. And it was a very intellectual stream. Actually, Dave might be into this sort of content, actually, since it was focused on literature. So I definitely recommend that stream.
Yeah, I missed Fahrenheit. I did see Woodlander, though. Woodlander was good. I did miss the Paul Fahrenheit. I am familiar with who he is, though. He's written articles. I've seen his posts around and stuff. I do know who he is.
Right on. Well, you know what? All this talk about apple juice, I think I need to go get myself one, guys.
I'm fresh out, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and I've got bitters too. So let me say this: I did not see Richard Wollstonecroft. I did not see Survive the Jive. I haven't seen anybody up until Martin Lichtmetz, who I like very much. And I definitely will go back and see Survive the Jive because I dig him as well. But since I have not seen any of these guys, Charlemagne, could you carry it forward for a moment while I go get myself an apple juice?
Oh, that'll be difficult because I don't really remember these streams very well. They sort of just faded into everything. I do remember Vico Hessler's.
I saw Jive.
Okay, yeah. Why don't you say something on Jive then?
Yeah. So first of all, shout out my buddy Tom. Tom Rousel is a guy that I'm pretty friendly with. I've had him on my show several times.
Good guy. Very good guy.
Yeah, he's just like a really nice, easy to talk to kind of guy. He's just really brilliant dude. This stream he mainly talked about. He went into kind of how corrupted the academic spheres are, the academic institutions are, and he actually was like gave them a fair shake, and he said, yeah, these guys are kind of scumbags, but who are the biggest scumbags are the media. And they went into the Cheddar Man and all that kind of stuff, and kind of Tom's personal, because Tom is a legitimate accredited historian. He's the real deal. He's got he's got a plaque on his wall or whatever that's called, right? So he went into kind of his struggles going up against the leftoid corrupted institutions as a legitimate accredited historian, and some of the things that he has gone into, which are very controversial things, like which it shouldn't be, but the historicity of the Anglo-Saxon, the Aryan invasion, things like this that Tom has like really put out there and has really gone to war about, that he's gotten a lot of crap about. So this was a stream that was mostly focused on kind of his personal experiences and stuff like that. He didn't really go too much. He didn't open his big brain vault and go into too much of genetics and history and archaeology, stuff like that. But it was a very interesting stream nonetheless, because you get to really hear from a guy that's in that field what it's like to deal with these creatures.
Yeah, I remember speaking to him once on Academic H channel when we did a film review. He's an extremely intelligent and articulate guy, so echo everything you said there. Let's see, I don't remember Scott Manion's either. A lot of these in the middle just sort of blend together, so I don't know if either you recall anything on that one.
No, I didn't catch up until Geo. I saw some of Geo. I saw some occult games. I caught the whole Fergan, and then I missed like pretty much everybody. I saw some of Pox Populi. I saw some of Black Pilled. I missed Nomos events. I saw Toadstool, Whityeard. I saw Prudentialist, some of Prudentialist. I saw some of JF and some of AA. I guess Morgoth happened earlier today, and it was just an absolutely massive stream. So I haven't seen that yet. I'm sorry, I love Morgoth. I do really like Morgoth. I'm not watching fucking 7-hour stream. Sorry, dog. Ain't happening.
Yeah, no, I feel the same. I think the last 2 hours was like super chats, which was pretty awful. The first 3 to 4 hours was perfectly fine. I think that's a reasonable length for a stellar guest. But yeah, 7 hours.
Who gave these guys this idea for 7-hour fucking stream? That's a whole day shift. You out of your mind? Wait, I got clock it. Are you guys gonna give me benefits for watching this fucking stream? I want some time off and shit.
It's 3.5 hours per person. When you look at it that way, it's not as long, right?
I'm not buying that math.
Right. So yeah, what I miss while I was across the way, mixing the fastest beverage I think I ever have.
What'd you mix up?
I mixed up what would be an old fashioned, except it's not. I call it a woodsman because I swap out. I use maple syrup instead of simple syrup or sugar, which Dean finds primitive, but with a particular kind of bitters. It is a fine thing. So nobody saw Richard Wollstonecraft.
I'm not sure. I can't remember if I missed it or if it just blended together. Do you have anything to say on it?
Oh, yeah. No, I just don't want to, leave anybody hanging. I'll have to go check it. I'm sure it's got to be interesting in some respect, or Woes wouldn't have had him on. And it sounds like Dave covered Tom Survived the Jive, right?
Yeah.
I definitely want to recommend him to everyone because he's always got interesting stuff to cover, particularly as regards cultural history, paganism, and an academic research on genetics, all kinds of interesting stuff. How about this Scott Mannion guy?
Yeah, I don't remember this one either.
Oh man, we're just falling right through.
Yeah.
Okay, but somebody. Okay, so no dissing to Scott. Check him out as well. I'll probably go most of these. I'll all the people who come on. I usually go through and at least listen to some of it to see if it hooks me. So I'll go have a look at him. Okay, what about Veiko Hessler? Somebody
Yeah, I
had
definitely
that,
saw
right?
this one. I liked it.
Is he a Finn?
He's European. I don't remember which country he was from. But it was solid. I think he's been on before. I would say all the European streams. I kind of feel like the Europeans are just sort of directionless at this point. I don't know. I think the Ukraine war really messed things up. Not that it applies to like him in particular, or even a specific streamer. That was just kind of the vibe I was getting from all these guys.
Oh, I should say very quickly, according to Field Marshal Browning, Richard Wollstonecraft is an Aussie, and apparently a filmmaker as well. If I'm reading this right, so I'll definitely go check him out. And just as a little tip here, I will be doing a stream. When is this happening? Let me just look at my calendar here. I'm doing a stream next week on Wednesday the 4th. I think 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, it's next week on Wednesday. I'll be talking to a group of Aussies. I believe it will be Chris Gard and who else did he? Lady of Shalott, and perhaps one or two other people about what's going on down in Australia. So yeah, just a quick plug there. So Veiko, you get the impression that he's a black-pilled European or something.
No, I wouldn't say black-pilled. I just feel like there were a lot of Europeans on this year. I could be incorrect about that, but it felt like there were a lot of them, and the general vibe I got is Europe is fucked, basically.
Right. Although, I mean, I have to say, looks a lot like the U.S. is fucked too. We're just not quite as far down the tube, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's be positive about it. It looks like Geo is saying, hello, by the way. He's saying that he had a great interview over on Scott's channel. So yeah, definitely we should, give Scott Mannion his due as well. So Dave, do you have a take on Veiko or Scott or? Yeah.
No, I didn't see any of these up until I caught some of Geo's. Right. Okay. Wow, how far ahead is Geo's? Oh yeah, he's not that far ahead. Okay, so yeah, it's not too far out. Well then that brings us to Martin Lichtmitz, who came on and spoke with me on my channel about neo-folk, stuff like Death in June and Current 93 and these kind of bands. It was a great stream. Martin is a very interesting guy. He's an author. He's written a number of books. Unfortunately, to date, they're not available in English from what he tells me, although he did announce, if I remember correctly on the stream, because I did watch it, I find him very interesting and always worth my time. He did mention that one of his books will soon be translated into English. So his material is probably going to be making it over into the Anglosphere before too long here. As I recall the stream, he was talking about his views on what happened with COVID, his experiences with it in Austria. He talked a little bit, not a great deal, but a little bit about the Ukraine business, the civil war there. I like to call it the civil war. It seems the most fair way to characterize it.
And he also gave his thoughts on some of the things that Martin Zellner had been talking about, because they know each other. So yeah, I would definitely recommend that stream. I like Lickmitz a lot. Anybody else catch that?
Yeah, I watched it. It was a good culture stream.
Right. Okay. Well then, yes. And I shouldn't ask Dave, because I'm not going to ask Dave about it until we get to Geo. And I hope you hammer Geo hard, man, ruthlessly, mercilessly. Okay. So we have Golden Age Man. I did not see that one. I'm not familiar with him.
I
Anybody?
skipped it on purpose because I just don't feel like listening to homesteading content. But apparently, it was a controversial stream. Looking at the comments, people seem to not like the guests, so I might go watch it for the entertainment value. But yeah, that's a homesteading stream. So if you don't care about homesteading, then don't bother. But if you do, check that one out.
Oh, okay.
And it sounds like he's a homesteading vlogger. Like that's what he does, from what I'm looking at.
I recently had a little bit of beef with him because he was talking shit on Santa Claus.
We're not going to be having anybody talking shit about Santa Claus. No. Yeah. Oh, hell no.
Unfortunately, Santa Claus did not let the Russian Ministry of Defense borrow his sleigh, even though I asked very nicely.
Yeah, I do remember that, actually. Nice. Yeah. Now, what were we going to load that sleigh up with? Yeah. No comment. Don't say. Okay. So Golden Age Man was a homesteading stream of some kind, but otherwise we don't know much other than it was controversial in some respect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, then Horace. I believe Horace is a Brit guest and very well known in the Brit nationalist community. I have not yet seen this one, but I intend to. Can anybody?
Yeah, this is
I
one of the
skipped this one,
standout
actually.
streams. This was really good. It was basically, I didn't expect this, but it was a deep dive into Sam Bankman-Fried, basically. So if you want to know everything about that entire thing, Horace seems to have researched it very deeply, and you'll get the entire story from our side on the Horace stream.
Yeah, this guy, Mr. Horace, he was on a stream, like I guess a year or two ago. I believe it was with Mark Collette and Hyreth, and they did a review of the John Carpenter's The Thing. And one of Horace's takes was he thought that the practical effects in The Thing looked bad. And I was so deeply offended by this that I
just turn it off right there.
Yeah, I'm not listening to what this guy has to say about anything anymore. Sorry,
I
Horace.
mean, when they pulled all those freaky bits of creature apart to like analyze the half dog thing, that's not acceptable practical effects.
That was the best
crazy.
effect ever made. It's a brilliant movie.
What the fuck?
I'm getting upset right now. My blood pressure's rising.
All right. Get a fan. Sit in front of a fan. Charlemagne, did you have anything further on Mr. Horace?
No, it was exactly what I said. And yeah, it was the best explanation I've heard. Teal'c, the conclusion is, it seems like it was a legitimate screw up, basically, and the Bankman-Fried guy just totally dropped the ball because he's a idiot, effective altruist like millennial who's a degenerate and doesn't know what he's doing, even though he was smart enough to make billions of dollars.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, for the people who are eager for a few remaining Sam Bank fraud crumbs. Yeah, I guess there's
you should definitely watch it. I think that's just an important issue to understand completely, and it was extremely detailed. It's basically all they talked about the whole stream.
All right. Okay. Right on. Okay, so now we come to somebody I really don't even feel like we should give him the time of day here. I don't know that he should be even getting any kind of bandwidth here. I mean, the way I hear it, he's just an unrepentant Votnik. But can anybody with a more positive attitude towards another fucking Canadian come in and share his thoughts on Geo? That was all a joke, by the way.
Well, just give an overview for folks that aren't familiar with Geo. Geo is an Italian Canadian, which is pretty interesting to me. Me being of somebody that has some Italian ancestry.
Say, do you guys both have little silver horn necklaces?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of paisan over here. Forget about it. Hey, just breaking balls.
Hey, I got some Italian too, but it's not Sicilian. It's from Tuscany, so I endlessly like to just brag about it, because my Italian relatives, they come in the north from Tuscany, and then the south part of Tuscany. So there's no fucking Sicilian going on over here.
Yeah. They say that what's that thing they say? They go if you want to get an Italian guy all fired up, you tell him that Africa starts in Florence, and they get all fired up. But
fuck.
Oh, you said that to my grandfather, you would be fisticuffs. That's fighting words if you said that to him.
Absolutely. I can totally imagine Furious Pertinax is going to come rolling in here to like talk all about, his ancestors among the Alpini and the rest. I had a great uncle who was one of the Alpini in World War I, man. Italians, they catch too much shit, man. I'm absolutely here. 50% of me is med. So 50% of me identifies with med power, and everybody else with their fucking cream and fish and cream sauce can fuck off. So yeah, come back around. What do we have with Geo here? Fine gentleman, a fine paisano.
Yeah, he Mr. Geo, he covers a lot of stuff. My favorite stuff from Geo, particularly, is he does deep dives into kind of art and the nature of kind of online culture and the philosophy behind that. He gets into some pretty big brain stuff if that's your flavor of content. But he also, he does some political commentary and stuff and he did a little bit of everything Geo on this, right? I would have liked to a little bit of critique for my fellow paisano over here. Just breaking balls. Hey, just breaking balls. I wish you would have went a little more into the art stuff, because that's like my personal favorite from Geo. But it was a great stream. If you're not familiar with the guy, it gives you a flavor of who he is. He's just a boisterous, funny, likable guy. He's you can't not like the guy.
He does seem likable. Charlemagne, but reel us back in here, man. This just seems to be too friendly, too pro Geo.
Okay, yeah. First, I need to retcon that Vico Hessler is actually English, which sorry about that, but yeah, these streams just kind of all blend together at some point. Although Geo does not, because Geo is Geo. It was a good stream, a very jolly stream. So it was one of the upbeat ones. I sort of I like to observe people's personalities. Geo and Woes are actually very similar to each other. They're both very open people that get along with everyone. Which it could also hurt you.
You dropped out there just for a minute, Charlemagne, so we didn't catch you. You said they're both very open people, and then you dropped.
Yeah, they're both open and very friendly and like willing to talk to anyone basically, and that's really good. But I think you do have to be careful with that, because it can hurt you. I think Woes got hurt by that. I certainly have, and that's caused me to be like way more closed off with who I'm willing to sort of give the benefit of the doubt. So someone ends up hurting you, and I find that's really unfortunate. But the stream itself was really good, actually. And yeah, I do agree. I kind of wish they had gotten more into the art side of things.
You dropped out while I was talking. I thought you were just being polite and letting me blather, but you were saying something, but it didn't. But my talking over you didn't sound like talking over you, because you had dropped out. So the last part right before you said that you wished you had heard more about art dropped out.
Yeah.
No, Semiagog, you were like muted, and then Charlemagne like dropped out, so there was literally like 45 seconds of silence just now.
Oh, I was just running my mouth with it muted as well. Oh my
You were muted.
I was
god!
like, wait, what's going on? Did my internet die or
Total fucking wardrobe malfunction, man. If anybody's wondering, this is what Jackson's tit looks like. Okay. Yeah. So I guess it was just a silent spot. Is there anything you would like to backfill there, Charlemagne?
No, I mean, I think everything I said came through. Just like, yeah, you just got to be careful when you're a very open person, a very friendly person. Sometimes the world can really bite you in the ass with that. So just be careful.
And all I was saying, God, I could have sworn I had pressed the thing off mute, but all I was saying is that there's an old expression: God loves children and fools. And sometimes that gets used as a way to dismiss someone who like got away with something that they just got lucky. But to me, throughout my life, that has always seemed like a kind of it's like a secret weapon. It's a truth. There's a way to be armored in honesty, and it's not for everyone. But if Geo can pull it off, good. And woes I've seen pull it off. There are things that should have, just chopped his legs out from under him, and he just kept cruising because he just, was honest and forged ahead. So, yeah. Then again, everybody calls me, because of my last name, Perrin, they call me paranoid. And I'm the guy who likes to say two things. One is just because I'm paranoid don't mean nobody's out to get me. And I'm also the person who said everyone is a Fed trademark. So,
like even you though?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Okay.
Start with me. Absolutely. That's the whole point with everyone is a Fed.
Everyone's a Fed. Let's do it.
Absolutely. Always assume that. Always assume that. And then behave in such a fashion that even if they were, it wouldn't cause you a problem. Okay. So anything else to say about our friend Geo?
No, I mean, he's a really unique personality. So pretty much anything he does always stands out. And yeah, of course, he has this show with the Prudentialists that they do weekly on each other's channels. So if you don't know about that, definitely check that out.
All right. Well, we'll shill Prude here in mere moments. But wow, we're about halfway through. Who saw Cult Games? Cult Games. I did not see Cult Games.
Yeah, I saw some of Cult Games. I really like Cult Games because Cult Games are being a guy that does the Bizarre Archives, a guy that's in publishing and doing fiction specifically. I'm very interested in guys that are kind of on our side of things that are doing cultural projects. And these guys were
So
really
tell us what they do, right?
Yeah, they
I've
make
never
video
even heard
games.
of them.
Yeah, they make
Really?
video games. Yeah, he I can't remember they're I don't know if they're German. I think they might be Austrian. Cult Games, you're listening. I'm very sorry, but they're from a German speaking country, and they made a video game. What was it called? It's a platformer. It's a platformer, and it like makes fun of Angela Merkel, and it's like a cyberpunk thing. And they have another one that's coming out. I just shared the thing. It looks really, really good. So they're video game developers. They do kind of retro indie 2D kind of games. But they look really, really great. And a lot of people that have played them said they're tremendous. As a guy that, I'm Bizarre Archives, we have a video game coming out. So I just think it's really cool. The guys are actually like getting their hands dirty and creating culture and Cult Games. As far as video games go, they were like the first guys out of our spheres to pop out with video games. I don't know if they're, if they necessarily are blossomed from our spheres necessarily, but they're doing the thing, and I really appreciate what they're doing. And I didn't catch the whole stream, but it was pretty much him talking about what he does.
Right on. Well, definitely check that one out, people. And I feel I must at this point give a shout out to American Krogan over on the Anglosphere side of things, who's doing quite a bit with video games, not just analysis of the cultural messages. And he's been doing quite some time on his own. Had a channel way, way, way bigger than mine ever has been. before he got canned on YouTube. You can still find him over on Odyssey, and he's still active on Telegram as well. And if I'm not mistaken, he's on Twitter too. And I've been helping him out with voicing some sort of mod for something called Fallout, some number of Fallout. I can't remember what it is, but I did a
Fallout
couple.
4.
Yeah, I did a couple voice. Oh, you did some too. Yeah, I saw some
Yep.
of yours, Dave. They were
I got
excellent.
2. Yep.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, right on. So yeah, shout out to American Krogan as well. Is there anything you wanted to add in, Charlemagne, on cult games, or should we jump to the Firgen?
Well, it was really interesting because I had never heard of this shop before. It seems like they're really struggling in terms of making revenue, which is always sad, and I feel that got me thinking maybe I should try and find some right-wing game developers or something, because like I would really like to do that. And you know, it's just hard because like he talked about how you have to sort of just go all in on it, and it's really difficult to do that. You know, I've done game programming before. Me and one of the guys I'm homesteading with released a shitty mobile game once, actually, although you can't get it anymore. And yeah, I just really want to make a video game. But I also have to get paid because homesteading is expensive, so it's tough. But I always do some in my spare time. Right now, I'm working on
that propane you're going through. That's got the cost.
Yeah, maybe one day it'll happen. I don't know. Yeah, but I usually tend to work on something. So that was kind of a bittersweet stream because it would it's just really something I want to do. But
well, I'll tell you what, you just relocated. It's going to take a little bit of time to sink your roots and get yourself squared away. I'm still less than a year in on mine, but you know, and mine, of course, came with all the infrastructure complete. You know, unlike yours. But you know, once you get it in place, hell, you got more years in front of you. You're young.
I think I'll do it one day. Right now, I'm just playing around on. This is a tangent, but I found that people decompiled all of the Pokemon games, so I downloaded the source code for Pokemon Emerald, and I'm recompiling it and modifying it. That's actually pretty fun. Having to learn some C code, which I haven't done since university, but C is pretty based, actually. It's like the trad programming language, basically.
All right, so you're using, what is that? Is it Unity that uses?
No, Unity is C sharp.
C sharp.
Yeah, I released a game in Unity with my friend on mobile. C sharp, and it's all right. Unity is a lot easier to use. I did a game. All right, this is way off topic now, but after we released the Unity game, we switched to Unreal Engine, with the C++, and we were trying to make this game where it's like Portal, except instead of having like a space dimension, it was time, so you would rewind the game. So I implemented this feature where you could literally rewind the game, and what you have to do is like track the position of every single object on every frame, and it actually worked. But the problem is, Unreal Engine, well, basically no game engine has deterministic physics because that's really, really expensive. So what would happen is if you pushed over a stack of boxes and then rewound it and let the boxes fall over again, they would fall in a different way. And obviously that totally trashes the actual core mechanic. And we were basically like, all right, we're not implementing deterministic physics because that's not what we set out to do. So, oh well. But yeah, Unity and Unreal are both good. They have their ups and downs.
Yeah, that's what my team's using is Unreal.
Oh yeah, you're doing that. What are you doing?
Grim Earth.
Yeah, it's like that Gauntlet game. Okay,
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot you were heading that project too. Do you actually head the project? Like, what's up with that?
Yep, I'm a producer. Bizarchives is the producer of the video game, and I kind of, I'm the writer. I came up with all the ideas and everything, and we got a whole team of guys. I don't want to go in yakking all about it, but the demo's done. We're about to ship the demo and start the full game. It's a 3D action RPG kind of game. So if folks out there that like to play video games, if you like games like Gauntlet Legends or Golden Axe or Dynasty Warriors or Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance or anything like that. That's what our game's going to be like.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe you can hire me one day, because I need to stop working on websites.
Yeah, and the main, I believe, has some blood from the blessed boot-shaped peninsula. So
Sicily, okay. Important distinction. Cannot say Sicilians are from Italy.
Well, I don't know, man. Magna Graecia, I believe, is what they used to call it, right? Great Greece or something of the sort. They're Italian. I mean, the closest creature to an Italian is a Sardinian or a Sicilian. So, I mean,
Well,
they're all.
Did you know that Sardinians actually have the highest amount of Neolithic farmer DNA, meaning that they are closest related to the people that built the Stonehenge?
Yeah, they're also, Sardinian itself is a crazy old language. Yeah, I have one branch of my Italian family that it seems way back when came from there before they ended up in Dinelli. Yeah. Oh fuck, this is worse than video games. Now I'm doing it. Oh my god, they led me off into crazy Dago lore and fucking video games. Oh my god. All right.
Yeah.
So,
all right, well, yeah. To wrap that up, Cult Game Stream, big respect to them, because they, from what it sounds like, they dropped everything and just did what they loved and were willing to be poor for it, and that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, based.
Check them out then. Definitely. Cult Games in the house. Now, Firgen. This is one I definitely want to see, but I have not yet.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. Mr. Dan is actually a friend of mine. I've been on his show. He's been on my show. He's a fellow Odinist. He's an English guy, but he's a really great guy. He's a rock star. He was in the band Winterfelleth. So if people are familiar with that band, they were a touring black metal band, and he has a solo project, a neo-folk solo project called Vulcansman, which is very, very popular. Excellent musician. But with the Fjörgen is his project where he deals with sort of cultural, social, and political topics. He covers the Koof. He covers homesteading.
Does he post on Telegram under that name? Is that where I'm seeing him all the time?
Yeah,
okay,
he's a popular Telegram poster.
On Telegram as well, right?
Yep. He's a really smart guy, really nice guy. And in this interview, he goes and he's talking about homesteading, and he's a guy that's really a big fan of encouraging people to become independent of the system and stuff like that. So he's saying, hey, it's not that hard to grow potatoes. You can grow potatoes. You can get a barrel. You can just grow them if you have an apartment, et cetera, et cetera. So he went into a lot of that kind of stuff. He's a great guy. Really, really knowledgeable. Everybody should check out his music too.
Yeah, that was a good stream. I remember the potato bit. Good advice. It's actually the best way to grow potatoes. Is in a bucket. I think it's like a 14, or maybe no, it's a 13-gallon one, I think. Something like that. I autistically researched how to grow potatoes because I want to grow 1,000 pounds of potatoes in a year.
Where you gonna put all that?
You can make alcohol out of it.
Yeah, or you can mash them,
It's just mashed. These are my mashed potatoes. I have them stored in snowbank for 12 months. We have potatoes for eating for years. How are you going to store them, man?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of banking on by the time I actually succeed in growing 1,000 pounds of potatoes, I'll hopefully have children to eat the potatoes. So we'll see.
Right.
That's the goal.
I like that.
Is a potato-based family.
Creative visualization. Right on. Well, then, the Fjörgen, apparently everybody should check out, because not only is he an interesting guy on a number of different levels, across dimensions, there's good advice about growing potatoes in a bucket. Now, what about pessimistic idealism? Another one I did not see.
I'll have to check the comments. I definitely saw it, but yeah, it's just blending together again. Like I didn't even remember the potato stuff until Dave mentioned it.
Chat has to help us. The pessimistic idealism. Help us jog Charlemagne's memory, because I have not yet seen it, so that he can do justice to this guest. Yeah, and I got to take down this terrible remark.
Was this the guy that Woes like sent on a guided tour of Europe or something? I remember there was this one chap where he had like, it seemed like he had some sort of rapport with Woes, and Woes like gave him advice basically on like how to visit Europe.
Apparently, pessimistic idealism is in the chat. Okay, so we're going to allow this person to speak for himself.
Yeah, okay. So it was what I was just saying.
About an American in Europe for the first time. Excellent.
Yeah, so this was a unique stream. Not just in terms of millennial, but like in general. It was a very vibes heavy stream, very like emotional stream. It's not like intellectual stuff. It's about the feeling of visiting Europe. Now look, we have seen a lot of the guests, okay? Don't give us shit like that. I've missed a few of them and they tended to be clumped together.
He's about talking about me. I'm terrible. I didn't see shit.
It's fucking funny. I mean, you gotta give it to him. It's fucking funny.
But yeah, it was a good stream. It was weird. It was not what I expected. But yeah, if you're into that kind of content, like hearing about people's experiences and not the usual like intellectual stuff, it was really good.
But was it like the idea of a right-wing person like confronting I mean,
sort of,
quote unquote right wing,
I mean,
coming back to the place from which white people supposedly came, right?
Yeah, and feeling like he didn't belong there, basically. Like it wasn't like he was a visitor and it would be wrong for him to stay too long as an American, basically. And things like that.
Wait a minute. D is saying world's worst review. You should have allowed me on. You've had a standing invitation, D. If you want to come on, just tell me you want to come on and correct anything you want to, man.
What is this pretense?
Just tell me, man. But tell me here in the chat, because if I have to go and like look across to some other monitor in some other window, I get tangled in my own underwear. So yeah, if you want to come on, tell me and I'll send you a link at any time, man. God. So, yeah, pessimistic idealism. Check that out. Unless D jumps on and it goes back to, exhume it and set it forth in a way that does it more justice. Let's move on to the paranormies.
I actually gotta get going here, though, fellas. I gotta get going.
I didn't see this one either.
I'm very sorry, but thank you both for letting me come on and yak with you guys and talk about all the shows that I didn't watch. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Send me a gog, Charlemagne, everybody in the chat. Hope you guys had a wonderful Merry Christmas and Merry Yule. Blessings to everybody. I'll talk to everybody very soon. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure, man. Thanks for coming on,
good.
Dave. Happy New Year. All right. So, yeah, since we have totally been hammered as regards the number of videos that have been seen, which really comes down to me, not you, Charlemagne, because you've seen most of them. The next one I know is Faust, and then probably Jared Taylor. Before we jump to that, is there anybody you see in the chat who can help us carry the weight?
Oh, let me check. I'll pull up chat real quick. I have to keep it open on my phone because the Starlink can't handle it on same connection. So someone in chat trying to get on.
Oh well, I was just thinking we got Geo down in there, don't we? And D,
I mean,
D
he
was
wants to come
basically
on.
just D was.
D's not going to come on. He's just going to talk shit.
Dirtbag. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, send anyone an invite if especially if they were on Millennial.
Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. We'll get someone in the chat whom I can reach easily, who shows all signs of not being a total freak. If you can tell us how many you missed, and that number is lower than 5, then I'll send you a link. Oh wait, what? D is saying he'll come on? Oh man, he can pull us up out of this nosedive. Let's see. Let's see here. Because he's going to make the whole thing of not having seen everything seem much more interesting.
Yeah,
Also,
because there's no way he would actually watch things. So pretty sure.
Yeah, I was about to say, did he watch any of these? I sent him a link on Twitter, so we'll see if he comes in. He's calling us fucking Dagos, man. The nerve. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just looking here. The only issue is I'm taking a look to see if there is anybody else. Yeah, I see there's someone to see this one you're considering. You could bring someone on, they just hammer you. He's getting a bourbon. He's lying his ass off. All right, let's move ahead. He is totally, he's screwing us. He's not allowed to even drink bourbon at this point. Let me get back over here to Woze's listing. Okay, so we have the paranormies. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to at least have to remember something about them. I'm going to the page.
Yeah, I'm looking. I did watch it, but I don't remember this being particularly memorable. Unfortunately, I can't remember what they talked about.
Well, we've got a comment. Is there a single female celebrity Johnny doesn't think is a tranny? All right. There's a bunch of
it sounds like a fun frame from the comments.
It does. It looks like everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, I think this sounds like one of the more upbeat ones, which is maybe why I don't really remember it, because I tend to vibe more with the black pills.
Right, you're in the frosty north.
Yeah.
Yeah, swaddled in melancholy. Yeah. Okay. So unless someone shows up, go ahead and let us know in the chat if there's paranormies were fun. Basically every conspiracy theory and right on, paranormal phenomena is true. Right on. Okay, cool. All right, well, check out paranormies. It looked like people had a good time with that one. Let's jump on to the next one. The Ayatollah. Now, I have not watched this one. I do intend to. This is another one of the Brit nationalists who is pretty high profile over there. I've certainly. Where do I know? I know that.
Well, he got doxxed or something this year, I think.
Right, like I remember him. I've got him in the same mental file cabinet as like Laura Towler and Mark. So yeah, did you see this one? Do you remember it?
Yeah. I would just say it was really good English nationalist content. I'd never heard anything of this guy before. I've only heard about him getting doxxed, and I was impressed with what I saw. So looks like yet another English nationalist with really solid opinions. So I don't really have anything else to say on the stream. I don't think there was any standout moment.
Let's allow ourselves to be corrected.
Oh God.
How are you doing? Hello, Maine.
Howdy. How's it going?
Good. You've been very negative. Is this your negging? Are you
I'm
trying
not
to
being negative?
You're negging me. You've been negging me for days, mate. Hello. How you doing, chaps?
Hello.
Hello.
Have you actually seen any of these, D? Tell the truth.
I have watched none of them yet. I will watch them.
Oh,
I've been very, very busy. I watched all of it last year. I mean, literally all of it. Even like the really difficult ones last year. Like James Delingpole. I made it through an entire James Delingpole stream. Come on.
Yeah, that one was wild.
Ooh. But I know all these. Well, I don't know all of them, but I know many of these people, and I'm going to just guess how they were. How about that?
Okay, so let's start with Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so you've watched none of them. What do you think the Ayatollah stream was like? The
Ayatollah. I did. Is that AA? That's not AA. No.
He did.
Like a drunk Yankee. What the fuck are you talking about? I am. Oh no, never mind.
I know you're gonna say.
Wow.
No, not gonna say it. So I don't know this Ayatollah chat. I mean, I know that Woz had a lot of new talent on this year. hence why I wasn't on, because I'm not new and I have no talent whatsoever.
Well, now, come on.
So I looked through the list, of course, because I love to have material to listen to. I quite often listen to streams and podcasts whilst I'm working, and my studio is not totally in order, but I'm still unfortunately doing lots of work, and so I do like to have things to listen to. So I was looking forward, so I did go over the list, but I didn't recognize a lot of quite a number of people this year. So I don't know this Ayatollah.
Can you imagine what D was like when he showed up to public school without his homework? I mean, listen to this.
Oh, I never did that. I was amazing. I was a complete nerd. I was a cool nerd. Because I would smoke clove cigarettes, behind the lavatories. But I would also have everything done and do it very well,
And so it's worth it for your proper education, but not now, today, not for millennial, not for these people. I mean, AA, for example. Okay, you know what? You're going to be the secret weapon for AA stream, which I haven't seen. You haven't seen that one either?
No, I've literally seen none of them. I've listened to none of them. I've looked over the schedule. I have made notes of ones that I'm interested in, because I either know the people. I know, for instance, Traditionalist was on this year, but I haven't had a chance to watch them yet. So.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and file that as based. So will you proceed as our objective observer?
Fine.
Will you be the one to frame this up, to polish it up, and to bang the gong?
I can polish and bang like nobody's business.
Oh.
All right, here we go.
Yay.
Okay, so
all right, Charles, how was this Ayatollah stream? You must have watched it.
Yeah, no, it was good. Like I said, it was basically straight-laced English nationalism. Solid guy.
Base.
Yeah.
Cool. What's next?
Well, the next is Faust, and
Oh.
Faust has appeared on my channel a couple of times. I like him very much. He's a fucking ogre, man.
Oh, he's so
like
big. Oh, it's exciting.
6'7" or 6. I don't know. I can't remember what it is. It's something
a proper
insane.
man. A proper man. I mean, he's 6'7". He's completely rude. He's Dutch and he hates homos. How much better can he get?
He might be 7'2". I'm just guessing. I mean, the only country I've ever gone to, because I'm not a shorty, I'm 6 feet tall, and I'm
6'3", so.
All right, fuck off. Anyway, I was in the Netherlands, and I was at a McDonald's at like 1 a.m. It was the only place where I was looking up at the women. I mean, you could
that
use
big.
These fucking thigh bones as oars. They're big fucking, So Faust is another one of these ham castles. He's enormous, and
so
he does
I love it.
He does stuff with
gay bashing
and martial arts. Yeah, mixed martial arts, that kind of stuff.
He was on UO. Do you remember when he was on UO?
I think he was on once, yeah.
Yes, it was a complete disaster because he was very rude and it was wonderful.
Oh, he's so rude. It's unbelievable. But you gotta love him.
He's Dutch.
Well, he's Dutch. They're all rude.
I don't hold it against Europeans for hating Americans, even though it's extremely annoying.
Yeah.
Well, he does open up in the discussion talking about how Dutch people are midway between the English and the German, but that the Dutch don't have any of the issues with just speaking directly to you. For me, this episode was really interesting. I mean, not just fucking around. Faust is a good guy, and I've had him on my channel a couple of times. He's not doing as much content these days, but he is still out there. Perhaps he can be dragged back in. He certainly appears for millennials. And he talked a lot about the farmers' protest and the situation with the farms being reduced and removed. It was as I said earlier, it was a very black-pilling stream. Do you remember much from it, Charlemagne?
There was a sort of melancholy aspect to it, but also a sort of cozy one where Woes and Faust sort of went over some of their older activism and photos they had together, and sort of looked at their younger selves from like 5 or 7 years ago, and there's a sort of bittersweet aspect to that. So that was kind of cool.
Sorry, but Prude is listening from the toilet.
Well, get him on.
Well, tell him, I mean,
on the toilet.
As soon as he's done, get on here, Prude.
Oh, I love you, Prude. I certainly will listen to the Faust discussion. Do either of you gentlemen? I mean, this is going to sound a bit Looney Tunes, but I feel that the negativity, the demonic spirits that are loose in the world, I feel Christmas this year was kind of poison. Like I just felt, again, I operate by intuition far too much. Far more than I should, but I just had a very, very off feeling about Christmas, and I noticed a lot of people reported a kind of less than positive experience of the Christmas season this year. I don't know. Is that crazy?
If there was going to be a year where it. How do you say this? You can only tell the difference between the seasons because they're fucking different, hot, cold, moist, dry. Likewise, we can only sense that anything's there at all by comparing it to other things. We couldn't have a Christmas that was 100% amplifier going to 11 all the time, or then good Christmases wouldn't seem like good Christmases. So against this very basic background, I would say that if a year was gonna be the one where Christmas, let's not say was shitty, but was the least good Christmassy, it would be a year weird, such as this one.
Why this one?
Why this one? It is a good question.
Well, because look what happened. Every last little thing that you could like attempt, if you were being cheerful, to hedge your bets on, or with, I should say, has done a faceplant. Yeah. I mean,
I'm gonna be honest. I have like basically no sense for the metaphysical at all, which has its ups and downs. I mean, it makes it really difficult to speak with God, but it also means I don't feel negative energies, which I suppose is an upside.
You know what? This is awesome. Charlemagne is just basically explaining he's not neurotic.
Yeah,
awesome. I'm glad I have one friend who isn't.
Yeah, legit. When you talk about like negative energies, I'm like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. That said, watching Millennial was weird this year because I didn't really feel like that exhilaration, because it sort of ties into the Christmas season, right, for us. And I don't know, Christmas felt kind of like bland this year, I suppose. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. So I guess I sort of agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very in touch with certain things. Again, for better or worse. But and I just I really felt off. I mean, I had a few moments. I mean, because of course I love Christmas. I mean, I love the whole season, and certainly as a religious observance, it's important to me. But also just, I mean, of course, the ancient celebratory trappings of it are also, I mean, because it's wonderful. I mean, this idea of sort of, besides the religious importance, but also just creating this entire season of light in the darkest time of the winter. I mean, it's a very smart idea, but I find myself on the day of the solstice, I mean, literally just lying on the floor. It's like lying on the floor, crying to myself about nothing, about well, not about nothing, but just about, it just felt like I was assaulted by miseries, every misery of my life, all of the miseries of my body and my spirit and my past, just come back to haunt me, as a la the genius of Dickens. And I just felt, that a lot of people may have been in touch with this year, but because we've also, when we live through so many, I would say, blatant demonic rituals, cast against us, in one way or the other.
Yeah, there are also tens of thousands of Europeans dying in Ukraine as well.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. Again, almost a sacrifice, So I don't know. So I did feel
and people freezing on the streets while their replenishments are put up rather well in hotels. The only thing I can say, D, and I will charge in here and resume
sorry,
the
did this
review, but
bitch
no,
call me a beta male? What the fuck are you?
in the course of this, don't look at
Goodbye.
the chat.
Keep going
Oh,
away.
that's right. I gave you a wrench.
Goodbye.
All
right.
Okay. So we're going to get back into the sequence. I will invite you to jump in and offer these observations. Before we do so, I will second and corroborate your impression from the perspective of the day. This is it's the darkest of the year, right? I mean, we just passed the winter solstice, right? So it would have to be something like unless I've got that horribly fucked up, right? That just happened. So
yes, it's on the 21st. Yes.
So it's the pressure of all that is darkness into this tiny core of light. And you actually had a nice poetic little point there with creating that light in the darkness as though it's inside a snow globe, but you can hear the sleigh bells, right? And there's a cheer, the glow, right? The different kind of things that are brought out, and the spices and the heat and the colors. But it's still against the background of the coldest day of the year. So it would have to fit with what you're talking about. I mean, it sounds like you just went and saw what was outside the house at Christmas every year.
Possibly. I mean, again, I'm also in a new. I'm in a new place. I'm in a place that is not entirely hospitable to me at this moment.
Yes, the forests on the desert island are wild.
We know about the forest, so I don't know. But I think other people maybe know what I'm talking about. And again, we've been worn down. I don't. I mean, I know that there's this sort of cliche about let's talk about metal elf. Men can go to Christmas parties and talk about their metal elf. There's this sort of like pop culture cliche about that, but I do think that people in our spheres should be cognizant of the fact that we endure a lot of shit. Every day we just see all the things that we love and care about being profaned and chipped away, and we're assaulted on all sides. And yes, of course, we can shore ourselves up as men and endure it, but it also does take a toll, and you have to occasionally acknowledge that it's difficult to be. And I know it's no longer popular to call ourselves dissidents, but I still call myself dissident, and I'll probably always be
dissident.
I'm not terribly sensible either, but I'll probably always be a dissident one sort or the other, just because of my particular nature. But it's hard. I mean, it's hard seeing, when you actually see, when you peer behind the curtain, people like, again, who have sort of attuned themselves to understand what we're up against. And so I think it's worthwhile admitting that at least at this time of year that we've endured a lot. I mean, just again, I know it's cliche to talk about COVID, but I mean, think about what those of us who were COVID dissidents endured for all those years. I am
tired. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's just age, because I'm not very old yet. Although I'm not in my 20s anymore. I think there's something else going on in the air. I think maybe this maybe some of what I noticed about the Europeans that appeared on Millennial. Things feel a lot less energized. I feel like we're in an era that's much more just sort of hunkered down and nose to the grindstone, and there's not really going to be any great things happening for us anytime soon.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to spiritually acclimate ourselves to being able to handle that before we can feel alive again.
Yeah, I think you're right. And also, I mean, again, all the things we've seen that have come into our particular social spheres and seem to have like done their dark duty to kind of put us at odds again and again and again, as always. We find ourselves in the midst of all these kind of internecine fractures, and I don't know. It really bothers me. I've just seen I see so many groups, so many kind of wonderful alliances, just either going cold or breaking apart, and I feel like that it's not a coincidence. That this is a concerted effort. This is the pressure. It's like being put in a diamond anvil in a lab and just have pressures beyond the imagination of men, screwed upon you until you just disintegrate. And it just seems like that's happening. And I just wish people could sort of mount a defense against it, because we built up a lot of camaraderie and a lot of we've covered a lot of territory together, I think, various people, and I just don't want to see it. I don't want to see it fall apart, but it seems like it's being pushed apart, and it seems like all of the negative pressure is working in some sense.
How has it affected anything within our immediate circle of friends?
I won't say, but
right.
I think it exists.
Could it have been worse?
It could have been worse, obviously.
Indeed, and in every place, that's pretty much what we're dealing with. I mean, the only thing I can...
It's really weird, because you mentioning our circle of friends there, it's really weird, because I feel like I should have been elated this year. I mean, the amount of stuff that we've actually accomplished on the American side in particular this year with the Old Glory Club coming from the event we did earlier this year. It was this year, right? Am I crazy?
Was it? I think it was.
Yeah, it was this year. It's insane how much stuff has happened this year. So much good stuff and so much bad stuff. It's totally bizarre. But for some reason, I don't feel as elated by the good as I ought to. Even though, our social circles, I think, have undergone a lot of positive development in this year. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, look at what you've accomplished, Charles. I mean, just personally, it's a huge step. So maybe all this darkness is an attempt to dishearten us over actual accomplishments. That's something to always be aware of, because dark forces always want to convince you that you've lost, even when you haven't.
Indeed, even when you have not. And so,
who's next?
Not to be dark, and you know what? We should include this. This takes it in a very meta direction, right? If we're reviewing the Millennial, which is a group of people from all these different places talking about, these things at the end of the year, in some respects reviewing the year, talking about other things, and it's a yearly event. What could be more perfect than interspersing our own reflections on the year in the review of it? I mean, it's Russian fucking nested dolls. Thank you, Dee. You've carried the artistic expression of this up another level entirely.
I mean, we're talking about millennial woes content here. If we don't have some sort of melancholic introspection, like
indeed, look, I mean, it's fucking look at all the different axes and dimensions of meta, right? However, we do have to intersperse these little Turkish delights of actually mentioning the people who appeared this year. So has anyone ever
heard of again, to be fair, sorry, one more thing. I mean, Woes is the type of person, I think, an artistic soul, and obviously he understands all of this. I mean, I think this is probably part of his rationale for doing what he does. So
absolutely, that's why I'm saying it's meta. I said thank you. Now we do have to intersperse these people, though.
Fuck off, Brood. Sorry.
Jung Europa Verlag. Did anyone see it?
Yeah, another German guy. I'm struggling to remember anything in particular from this stream, other than like the Europeans are totally screwed.
Anyone in the chat?
Yeah.
So what do you think on that? What do you think? We can ask. Actually, we'll ask Dee to opine on the idea quickly, because we have to intersperse a few of these. But if you don't mind, could you give us your views on whether or not Europe, continental Europe, as opposed to Britain, is really screwed right now?
Oh yes. And Britain as well. I mean, again, hence why I escaped. But no, I mean Europe is certainly in the short term absolutely fucked, and certainly I could see why a German commentator such as this chap, would have extremely dark takes about this because, yeah, I mean you cannot be a German with any sort of cognizance at all, and
Why is Prude
just
not
see,
on here?
and just see what has been done. What has Prude said here? And see what has been done in your name. What about bad things are in
He
Germany?
said nice German dude, right? And mentioned, because he's seen this. Prude was supposed to be on this. Why is Prude not on here?
Yeah, come on, Prude.
God. Prudentialist.
Come on.
Oh, good Lord, man. I'm just going to go ahead and paste the link for you, Prude, over here.
Yeah, give him a link. Come on.
He's got to save us from.
But I've got a number of German friends. I mean, I have people professionally that I know because I've been involved with the German art scene, and also I have friends that I've made online, various German friends. Eugipius, of course. You seem to communicate with him a lot, Oliver. But
Bavarian, I believe, some Southern German, something. Yeah.
A wonderful chap, and so I feel very bad for all of the Germans, all of the Germans woke to to our side of things, who have to endure this, because it's just all the miseries that we endure, except like multiplied. And next year, because everyone knows, I mean, they're going to probably make it through this winter, but next year they're really, really fucked. And who knows what's going to happen to them? I pray for them all the time.
Well, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? Eventualist,
Good
welcome, sir. You all right?
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, no, I didn't know anything about him when he came on. I don't know too many German commentators to begin with, but he was rather realistic and straightforward with what he's doing, what he believes in. I mean, he seemed nice, which is rare for some of the German commentators I've come across, but he just really outlined sort of the bleak picture that there is for Germany, the geopolitics of the situation, how activism is kind of dead, and that the state really doesn't want the AFD to exist like at all. And the AFD, by all means, is rather moderate compared to some of the positions that came out of his mouth and what we would probably agree on. But
right,
it was just sort of a take from home.
A lot. He was saying a lot of things probably then similar to what I heard from Zellner, right?
Yeah, probably.
And so actually, since I've got you on here, just for a moment, thank you very much for coming on, Prudentialist. We have to do right by people that, we have passed over. Are there any that you saw that, you perhaps noticed that we did not give their due, or any that stand out of ones?
I watched the Paranormies one. That was fucking wild. Because, I mean, like, Johnny makes Art Bell look really sane, and I don't know how much of it was like an act, and I don't know how much of it was like he genuinely believes in, and like he sort of like busted Woes' balls by saying that like Avril Lavigne's a tranny, and it was just really entertaining.
Wow.
And I mean, if you follow the dude's Telegram, it's more or less like every schizo post that you've ever seen is like they kind of take it as gospel truth. And I don't know how much of it's just like to get the audience going or that they genuinely believe in it, which kind of made it hard to enjoy the stream wholly, because I didn't know how much of this was an act and how much of this was like, yeah, we think all this shit's true.
Am I the only friend of the Germans right here? I may be.
Are you the only one?
I like Germans. I like Germans. Lots.
I mean, you have to understand. You have to understand, people, that the Germans have been basically subject to American MK Ultra for about 70 years now.
I'm not really sure Germans exist anymore. Whatever
Yeah.
lives in Germany now, I hesitate to even call them German.
No, they're still there. They're still.
No, they're there.
German.
I mean, believe me, it's a very difficult spirit to extinguish.
They've been so mind fucked.
Yeah. Still.
From people less than a century ago.
Okay, so Jung Europa Verlag, we covered. What about the Traditional Britain group?
These guys are rad. Similar to
like
Godfrey Bloom. Yeah, they were on last year as well. Just they have that old school British charm and wit to them. very good media group. I don't watch their content. I've only seen them on Millennial Woes and stuff, but they're always a pleasure to listen to. So if you like based Brits, especially ones not from our generations, then yeah, check them out for sure.
Well, maybe not from your
Yeah,
generation.
maybe yours. Maybe yours.
Well, they're mutuals of mine, and I've liked what I've seen. I haven't had a chance to catch up on their content on Millennial. Was this their first time? No, it wasn't their first time.
No, it wasn't their first time. No,
Yeah.
I liked it. It was pretty good. It was solid British nationalist content. I only kind of recently came in because I know them from Woes reposting them on Telegram, and then because AA gave his speech there, and where everyone continuously gets shocked when they see his face, despite his info being public for forever now. But it was solid British stuff, and it was good British nationalist content. The need for a traditional focus on Britain. It kind of had that little Englander vibe that isn't meant to be a pejorative. I mean, it's just that's how the country was a long time ago.
Yeah, certainly was.
And you know, Charlemagne was right that these guys are not from our generation, because you know, younger and millennials and Zoomers have they're totally Tory boyed, and it's really sad that they don't have any other sense of what came before them. This is where I give my sympathy to Zoomers, because it's just like, well, you were born in like the total ashes of whatever you want to call this place. And so, but I mean, the Traditional Britain group does really good stuff, and I follow them on Twitter and Telegram, and their stream appearance was really well done. I recommend that you watch it if you haven't.
Nice. See,
yeah, and you may dismiss.
Like,
I mean, again, Zoomers may dismiss the boomer approach.
Gather round, Zoomers.
But these people are, they have their own powers, and it's really important to kind of link up and listen to them and exchange ideas with them, because again, they're I mean, I know many people are conservatives.
Your enemies are trying to keep the generations from talking to each other.
Exactly. And I mean, one of the whether or not you like Edmund Burke, one of the most powerful ideas, of course, is that you are a link between the past and the future, and it's your responsibility, because the future can't do it and the past can't do it. You have to keep one hand connected to the past, one hand connected to the future, because if you let that fall in either direction, then it falls forever,
As a side tangent, that's like my favorite bit about Edmund Burke and his reflections of the revolutions in France. It's none of his like mainstream conservatism stuff. The closest he gets to full on blood and soil is this bit where he says something along the lines of like, how dare that these people change their rights or change the system of government when that would impact the rights of those that came before them and the rights of those that have yet to be born. And that rights are inherited, that they're not just universally these innate, divinely inspired things that are given to us. That's probably the best part of Burke.
Yeah, the most beautiful idea, and it's absolutely true, because if you and I mean it highlights our responsibility, because if we let this mantle fall, whether it be in culture or history or philosophy or whatever. If we drop
good fucking taste, man.
If we drop it, then it's dropped. It's gone. The link is broken. It reminds us of again, if nothing happens, if this horrible reality, this horrible regimes, all these regimes that we know and hate, endure well beyond our lifetimes, it's still something to carry forth, gain that connection to another generation who may be able to do something about it. So anyway.
Yeah, agreed. I would not argue. As I said, our enemies are trying to keep us from talking to each other, and it's for good reasons, because as D explains there, the chain breaks down, what little I do know, and believe me, it's very fucking little. It's from having spent time with older people. That and being placed in the fire, those are the only things that really teach us.
On that note, I really liked your stream that you did, I think like 6 months ago with Jay Burden about just Gen X. and this Zoomer asking just a million different questions. It was really good, and I think that there needs to be more intergenerational dialogue going forward.
Right on. Yeah, I agree. It's just, so now, gentlemen's Pox Populi. Who saw that? I did not.
I did. It was one of the good ones. I didn't actually know much about him. I think he's an American who moved to Ireland. He has a very weird accent. So I wasn't sure what his background was. He's a rather scathing fellow, a lot like Pete Quinones. He really says how it is. I know he's had a lot of harsh things to say during the COOF stuff going on, but he has really good takes, and it was interesting to see him interviewed at length, because I've only really seen his Telegram posts, as a lot of other people have. So yeah, I definitely recommend this stream.
So that sounds like something we can sort of abstract from this millennial, is that it's a very heavily, or more heavily, Telegram focused. Because that's one of the things that's beginning to come through here for me, is that I only know a lot of these names because they're just from Telegram. So that's sort of another interesting dimension, the realities of the censorship, moving people to different platforms. And so you're seeing a network appear and be reflected here based on, the nodes it has access to, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, Woes and I talked about that before we went live, and I think it was mentioned briefly on our appearance, was that once you get, kicked off the mainstream platforms, Twitter and YouTube, your ability to network and have people to email or text to come on, it's almost impossible. And so, yeah, there were a lot of Telegram personalities, or a lot of people that had their own websites, and you kind of got to see this schism over all the big hot button issues of the last 2 years pop up, whether it be the coup or the war. I mean, it was the chat for every stream I saw was just firmly, you were either pro or against, and it was just a sign of where all the fissures and divisions are online.
Well, damn. I just go ahead and leave an opening there for a heartfelt reflection, and I'm answered with silence. Well, then, definitely check out Pox Populi. Jared Taylor, I saw his interview, and he was very much learned Elder Taylor, although he just continues to get more spicy, and I think it has something to do with the mustache. I enjoyed his interview very much, but I do every year. I just tend to like Jared Taylor. So what did you guys think of it?
Yeah, I cut out there, but it was a cozy Jared Taylor stream. I think the only guest who's been on all 8 millennials, except for Greg Johnson, who also has been. And yeah, it's just a pleasure to listen to the guy. I mean, it's Jared Taylor. What else do we need to say?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I like the mustache. I know that Thomas77 has said some stuff about Jared Taylor, but he's gotten better, I think, with age. And a while back, I think in the interview they mentioned his recent appearance with that Young Turks black social scientist, where he murdered him on his own show. You should watch that clip if you haven't, because it's so good. But yeah, it's classic. Uncle Jared Taylor. You can't go wrong.
Well, he's got that. He's also got that that patrician quality, that certain Southern gentleman,
that Virginia vibe, right?
Yes.
There's a YouTube video that has a recording of a PC World television program from the 1980s that Jared Taylor was on, talking about, the competitors to Microsoft's Excel. And half the comment section is like, wow, this guy's an idiot. And the other half is like, Uncle Taylor, here he is in his younger years. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, and have you guys, you certainly must have seen the old things where he's talking about software back in the days when you bought it as a bundle of floppies in a big cardboard box. Yeah. It's a
that was a little before my time. I used floppy disks, but most games came on CD at that point and other software.
Shit. If they didn't come on cassettes, I don't even want to hear about it.
I know. I'll tell you the worst is that I remember a time when you would get games magazines, and they would have things called type-ins. And it was
you write the game code yourself.
Yeah, it was 3 pages of game code, and it would never work. never. No, you would debug that shit as for days, and it would never work. It was amazing. Those were the days.
Yeah. Those were the days. Now, this is going to be your moment to shine because we're moving on to a female guest. I think we're actually moving on to our biggest continuing sequence of female guests here. Robin Riley was next. I follow her on Twitter. Haven't a problem in the world with her. I think she's a wonderful woman. I would not recommend you attempt to argue with her about anything related to childbirth or midwifery.
All right.
I like her. She's a nice lady. I did not see this. Did you guys?
Yeah, I did. It was a shorter stream, but I was really glad it happened. I have a special affection for Robin because she came onto the scene as this YouTuber Critical Condition when Jordan Peterson got really popular, and I was super into Jordan Peterson at the time. So it was interesting because we had very similar life journeys up until that point, from just kind of being like fucked up default liberal people to starting to eat some red pills. And then she disappeared for a while and came back, which I was very glad to see. And I'm always interested in what she's up to because our, properly developed adult lives have followed kind of similar tracks. I also find her inspirational because, if I recall, she met her husband from him DMing her on Twitter. So,
slid into her DM.
Ladies, you could get lucky. Ladies,
do you know what do you know what her at is on Twitter? Because so many of these people aren't on Twitter at all. Does anyone have?
She's also one of the more like mainstream women as well. I mean, like she's in EV magazine. She has her own website. Yeah. Like she's really well known. I was kind of surprised that she went on MILLENNIAL to begin with, just because of her work.
Robin.
Yeah, I think I refollowed her the other day. I hadn't on my new account, but she's still on Twitter somewhere. People are posting in a chat. It's like RR Robin or something. But apparently you can actually DM girls on Twitter and then marry them, from what I hear.
Apparently women are real on the internet.
There's no girls. There's no girls.
If they're wise, they'll take advantage of a fucking landed gentleman. A landed gentleman. He's got snowshoes too, man, and he's got a rifle. I know. So
I don't have snowshoes. Oh, you mean Charlemagne? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no joke. That things are going along pretty well with that Polish broad I've been talking to.
Oh,
so, yep, having some nice talks on the phone and everything. You know, she's very sweet.
This account doesn't exist for Robin, by the way. That's what.
It's literally at. Hold on, here. It is literally at RRR Aubin. You know, 3 R's. OBYN. Yeah, I think the O might be a 0, but still.
Oh, okay.
You sure it's not RRROBGYN?
No, it's OBYN. That's pretty funny. That's a good joke.
Is it a 0? Is it a 0?
Dad jokes. I'm specializing in dad
You're
jokes
not
now.
even
Okay,
dad.
so Robin, there's still time.
Oh, I blocked. I blocked him.
Oh, you went the Paul Fahrenheit route. I see.
All right. I'm gonna. I'll unblock.
All right. Let's all give our best wishes to Robin. You know, gotten to see her be, from afar through social media, such as it is.
Indeed, I've unblocked you, Robin. Whoever you are. Yeah.
Through a strange glass darkly, we've gotten to see her have a kid, another kid, get involved with midwifing and all this stuff. So, props to her. Now we have Blackpilled. I have not seen this one, but he's a great guy, and I check him. I watch him every year. So
it was probably one of the most memorable streams of MILLENNIAL.
Yeah, it was. I don't even remember why I remember it. I just remember that this stream was legendary, probably in the top 3. I mean, Mr. Stack is just a ridiculously good content creator. His eye for propaganda and film and whatnot is just excellent. And I don't even know if they talked about that. I don't remember what they talked about. I just remember it was freaking awesome. So I cannot recommend that one enough.
Black pill, eh?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
feel-
Black
I feel like I've
Devin,
had some
Devin is
problem with
probably the
Black.
best media breakdown guy that there
Yes.
is on the right. Just period. He was on Frodies Decameron earlier this year, and he was breaking down American Tail and just basically pointing out that, like, look, this movie is about like a bunch of
Oh.
like, you know, Jewish survivors of pogroms like
Yeah.
fleeing to America.
That
And
hurt me because I loved that film when I was a kid.
so do I. And I was like, ah, fuck, the movie's ruined.
The mouse is
Yeah.
Just rips
Oh.
the guts right out of it. Yeah.
Wasn't his name Fievel?
Yeah.
Yes. it
I mean,
was.
come on, you heard the name Fievel and you didn't know what it was.
I don't. I can't. I
I
can't
was a
see
child.
those when I'm a kid. Okay, I'm not running early life checks at 5 years
Fine.
old.
Oh well, I was never mind. I'm not going to say it. But, I had radar implanted at an early age. There you go.
Right. We have
But I
We
will
still
say
have
it was a
Christmas
good
hats on.
discussion, and it was like it's the longest one besides More Goths Today. It's 3 hours long. There's a discussion on everything ranging from the inner workings of Hollywood to Michael Jackson to just like what culture was like in the 1990s. And then there was also a discussion on like the issue over Yi and sort of just media stuff with a certain question. So, I mean, it was just a pretty interesting time. And I think JFK was also mentioned about the assassination and not the CIA being involved.
No,
there are
because that's
a lot of people who do stuff with analysis of movies, and you know, I like to think I'm good at it, so I'll watch them and I'll be like, man, if I just got off my ass and actually bothered to do the work, I could totally do better than that. You know, Devin Stack is definitely one of those guys where I'm like, I don't know about that. He's very, very good with analysis of film, as Charlemagne says, and Prude, and I'll definitely be checking out his stuff this year. Now, what about Not on the Beeb? What
Not
what
on
is
the
this?
beat.
This is the one of three I did not see.
I remember this one being kind of boring. Like I definitely saw it, and I was just kind of like, eh. I think Beeb meant like BBC or something like that, or some other fucking British or whatever thing.
Yeah, not on the beat. I mean, BBC. But is
Yeah,
that?
okay.
Because there's a number of like sort of like channels and accounts with similar names. So I don't know. Yeah. There was a guy that was on UO one long time ago called Not the BBC, but I don't think it was him.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, the chat's saying that this was one of the more like coof heavy streams. Probably got into some quote unquote conspiracy stuff. Not that I hate using that word, but yeah, just I don't know, I found it kind of boring. I kind of agree with Dave, I guess. Like getting too deep into the virus stuff at this point is just kind of boring. Like
Well, yeah, it's, you know, form whatever your general understanding of it is and move on. Yeah. I know I formed my impression very early on. But yeah, okay, but not to speak ill of Not on the Beeb. After all, he is a guest on MILLENNIAL, and unless I have cause to hate him, I will not speak hatefully. Now, Nomos events. Speaking of hating, this will be a perfect opportunity for all of us to hate on Nomos.
Wait, were they on Millennial?
yeah, both of them were.
So this is John. I mean, this is Scrump and
Evelyn.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was the two of them. Okay.
Really good.
So how was it?
Oof.
Put up the whole transsexual thing.
That's a tough gig for Millennial, I would say. Yeah.
Woes addressed the transsexual thing in the beginning, which I thought was good because I find it really annoying that
so stupid. It's so
people give Evelyn shit for that because, like, frankly, I just don't care. Like, how many other people are organizing basically the best right-wing meetups in Great Britain? Oh, right, literally nobody. Okay.
Oh, but purity, Charlemagne. We need purity.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, it was a good stream. I would say definitely in the top half of streams. But,
this was the first time I saw Scrump's face. And,
like,
that threw me the fuck off.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, I didn't know he was face doxed.
I didn't know.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's been doxed for a very long time. So
I was really picturing anything but a a balding ginger man with
Yeah,
glasses.
a balding, ginger, pudgy man from the north. Yeah.
The
No,
man
he's
from the
been
north.
he's been a face fag for a very long time. So
I did
fine.
not know that because
Yeah.
I first knew of Scrump back when he still did stuff with Short Fat Otaku.
You
with
mean
his...
dumping with Scrump?
Yeah, that's how I knew
Yeah.
him.
Which was
Yeah.
unironically a fairly good show. I mean, if you could handle,
Well, I mean,
sort of-
you listen to it for Scrump. You never listen
Yeah,
to it for the Fat Canadian. Like,
Yeah, I think he got into that a little bit. I think he talked a little bit about how he's been kind of on the scene for a really long time, actually.
Yeah, he
so-
has.
Oh yeah,
been.
he's been around forever. I mean, he used to be frequently on Sargon's streams back in like 2015, 2016, like very early on.
Yeah.
So yeah, he
But,
would go on with like Crichton Tea and
the nostalgia. But anyway,
various people. Anyway.
But no, the Nomos
nostalgia
event
isn't
stream was good.
necessarily what I feel when I think of Kraut, but yes, right, go on about this.
Yeah, Crichton's a different story. But
It's a bygone era, is what I mean. But
It
no, the
is.
Nomos event stream was good. And I think that it's good that they have some sort of organizing pub-esque Bowden style. We're gonna just talk in bars and give these
Yeah.
rousing speeches. And
they got
the
raided
speeches
by the police the last time.
met it well. Yeah, that's true. I think for what, drunkenness, right? Some rowdy shit.
Yeah, there was some drunken twat there. But,
Yeah. I mean, like,
It-
they shared Millennial Woes' speech on their page, which was like a really good talk. I was really happy.
Yeah,
with
Woes.
it.
I mean, Woes was there, and you're right. It was quite a good talk. I mean, it did have that weird Bowden energy, although the Bowden at least managed to get the room to rent the room above the pub. So,
Which talk was this of Woes? The most recent one I saw of his was where he wrote the story about how it could be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the
that
talk
one.
he was giving about what the future looks like for Britain, where they win.
yeah, when he went to the Nomos thing in where was it? Birmingham.
I think so. It was in Birmingham.
Yeah.
But I mean, the
Yeah,
actual
whatever
stream
the
itself
fucking towns
for
are. I don't know where
Millennial
those-
was good. I mean, I was glad that they kind of addressed the transsexual question out of the bat. That way they can just focus on what they're actually doing, which is organizing speeches. And much like the UK events, they're all focused on a theme, which is important because we can pontificate all we want on the issues, but organizing in person to even just have a discussion and to have drinks and to meet like-minded individuals, it's good for camaraderie, it's good for morale, and it's good to hear actual feedback that isn't behind a screen.
Yeah, I've had nothing but good experiences with the two of them, Evelyn and Scrump. I've interacted, online more with Evelyn than Scrump, but they both seem proper peoples. So yeah, much love to them. Censored Anon. I did not see this one. Thank God you're here, Prudentialist. Charlemagne, Prudentialist.
Yeah, I saw
What
it.
did you make
Who
of
is
it?
this?
It was. I hadn't heard of him before. It was a middling stream. It was better than Not on the Beeb, but I wasn't really too gripped by it. So, yeah, I don't really have much else to say on that
It
one.
was a very short one. It's only about an hour and like 10 minutes, and he seems to be more in like the Keith Woods, Joel Davis camp, because like when he's on the air, he was like having his like link on his profile picture had a little graphic, and it had stuff that he had done where he's talking about censored Anon TV, like on the origins of nations. I think he's done some stuff with Keith Woods and such not, and I think he's like their video editor as well, if I recall correctly. But that's and I think they also talked about a little bit of like the issues of BreadTube and stuff. So I mean, they talked about the issues over music, and nowadays the sort of like, there's also like some general critiques of like Christianity in there, but I mean, it wasn't too much that I could find. It was not a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? There was some stuff where it was a little bit of not having control over the discussion. Like there was some overlapping over one another.
Sorry,
It wasn't very memorable.
Charlemagne?
I think he was a Christian, though, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I remember
I just
him
don't
mentioning
remember
to
it being
Woes
much.
how, Woes was like, you know, I'm not a Christian, but like that's okay, but I'm open to it. And they talked about that a little bit. So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, even on GeoStream they had talked about that, where Woes had posited the question of like, well, can you have a society without religion? Because I mean, he's not religious, but he's not an atheist either, which is an odd position to be in. But yeah, spirituality and faith of all kinds, both pagan and Christian, were all over in this year's millennial. But then again, I feel like that's a perennial topic all the time.
Well, yeah, it's been there since I've been there, 2018 or whenever that was. D is doing this thing of rattling his fucking ice cubes around, so I have to go and refill my glass. But can you guys perhaps?
I'll take over.
Dig into Asha Logos.
Who was next? Was it Asha Logos?
Yes, but I have to get a drink and I'll be right back.
Did you see this one, Charles?
God damn it!
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So did you
It was
boys
so
see?
good.
Yeah, the Asha logo stream was legendary. Definitely in the top 3.
Like this was old style. Like
Very impressive.
it had like a, I don't want to disgrace it by comparing it to Murdoch, but it had the old style alt-right 1.0 vibe to it on race, the history of it, like the European concept of nation and folk. Like it was just he knows his shit, and he got to kind of, because he's also on Twitter, but he doesn't usually let his power level go off on Twitter. And you got to see for how long was he on? It was like almost 3 hours of them just going through all kinds of issues regarding history, race, the current politics of today. And yeah, I didn't know he was an American, but I guess his voice gave it away. I only know him from Twitter until this stream.
Yeah, I would say I was impressed at how spiritually powerful this guy was. I have only seen a little bit of his Twitter stuff. This was the only guest who I actually bothered to go look up his content. And I've watched some of it since then. He has he actually released one of the videos he mentioned on Woes' stream. Yeah, he was certainly one of the better guests. Like I said, the only one I actually bothered to go and look up after the fact. So he does have a YouTube channel. It doesn't have a ton of content on it, but it has very good content. And yeah, one of his series is Our Subverted History, which is quite good. I could not recommend this millennial stream more. Definitely one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, there was also a really good discussion about the issue of trust in who you would want to work with. So, I mean, like the discussion over like J6 and who glows had popped up. He mentioned, I think, who was it? Baked Alaskan Beardson by name, and just sort of talking about the issue of like, well, you know, you really have to be careful about people that sort of make light of the seriousness of this and are just kind of in it to goof off or whatever. And I mean, he was just very spiritually serious about what he believed in and what he think is necessary, and that the Great Reset is on. So they're not wanting to take their foot off the accelerator, and you have to be very patient about when to act, because you can easily get yourself in trouble. I mean, he was just probably one of the outstanding streams of this millennial, and if you're not following him on Twitter, and if you didn't watch this one, you really should.
Yeah.
So who's next on the schedule?
UK column.
UK column.
Are we going in chronological order?
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. UK column. So this sounds familiar to me, these chaps.
Yeah, they were on last year. I think they talked a lot more about the Koof stuff last year. I don't remember what exactly they talked about this year, but it was a good stream. It was it was 3 guests alongside Woes, and it was a solid discussion. Maybe someone in chat can remind me of any interesting topics they brought up in particular, but
there were 3 older gentlemen, and I remember this one because the gentleman on the far right, and I don't mean this as an insult, this is just how I remembered him, because the third gentleman on the far right reminded me of the midget from the Red Room in Twin Peaks. He had that face about him. So that's how I remember.
That gun you like is going to come back in style.
So that's how I remembered him. But I mean, I see their stuff quite often.
Little man from
posted
another
on
place.
Telegram and Twitter. But I don't remember too much about this. There were just a lot of British nationalists as usual.
Bloody British. They got booted from YouTube, according to 99 ING.
Yeah, not surprising because I'm pretty sure they covered the coup stuff.
Oh, wait
Yeah.
a minute. Y'all jumped ahead to
Look,
UK column already?
We already, you missed out, Daddy-o.
God damn it. I have to, you have to remember, when I want to make a drink, I literally have to like cross the wilderness between one building and another.
Well, listen, Danny.
You've got to feel for me.
By the way, do you know what I've put in this bourbon, Oliver?
What? Maple syrup?
Vermont maple syrup.
Oh, taste.
And I have to tell you, it does go with the bourbon very well. With this
you're using fucking Angostura. I know you are.
All right.
When you get it right and you use
no, I'm not using Angostura.
So I will give praise though to the UK column because that's who we're on.
Wait a minute.
Then they're just like, fuck you, old boomers. We're going to talk.
Wait.
No, go on. They're right. They're right. Let them talk about the show.
But hang on. This is entirely out of order. Wait a minute.
No.
First of all, I have to say that I follow Ashalogos over on Twitter. I enjoyed his stream very much. He was before my time, obviously at a much bigger channel, but I enjoyed that discussion very much. So definitely check it out. I'm sure you guys were already saying good things, but UK
we polish his balls enough. Yeah.
You see now, you were ball polishing while I was just pouring a drink now.
All right. Anyway,
UK column. Mine in.
UK column.
Did you see this one, Semiagog?
I did, and I saw them last year too, and I like them. They're like old school crazy Brit boomer conspiracy theorists, except they're not. They do real research, and like you're hearing these guys talk about their intelligence background and stuff. So like even in
you're right. I forgot one of them was in MI6.
One of them was in the military, and one was also in intelligence. And I'm the one who said everybody's a Fed, so I don't care. Everyone is a Fed, but I find them really interesting, and every year I really dig their content. So Prude, I'm sorry I cut in, but it was just to have your back for UK column. Go on.
Oh, I was going to say I actually really like their work because they do all of their stuff and streaming on their own website, and they just do 2-hour long breakdowns of the news headlines, but they are really keyed in to how the British government actually operates due to their government experience. So, I mean, they're going to tell you what's going on in the House of Commons and what the legislation was coming up. And it was really, really well done. And so I like their work, and they kind of give me a really clued in understanding to how the British state actually operates and how just how big the surveillance state is in the UK. And they hammered that home in the stream, and it was just really well done stuff. And they kind of know their COOF stuff really well too.
Yeah, they do. They certainly did their homework on that. And as you say, in many other respects, for me, I'm sorry, D, doing this while you're here live is probably going to be a horrific thing aesthetically for you. But I have to say, growing up as a kid, people like Godfrey Bloom or some of these UK column people, this was the archetype for me of the kind of people who would be in charge of the Brit establishment, right? Like there'd be someone who would be down there saying, you must make the Concorde faster, right? And then someone else would be as they go about their work in the bureaucracy, but they're not there anymore, right? Those kind of people clearly have been pushed out to the periphery. So what's up with that, D?
I don't know. I mean, many of them died. The problem, of course, with the way that the 20th century settled itself is that there weren't incentives to carry any of this spirit forward. So they just they retired, they became pensioners, and then they died, and their children went off into other things and dissipated. And
so they're
diminished.
they're a tiny minority now. This kind of person, would you say they're a tiny minority in Britain?
They're a tiny minority in the sense that they have any sort of power whatsoever. Yes. So.
Oh, well, on that cheerful note, well, I like UK column. I'm sorry, nobody asked you to lie, D, so that's fair, right?
Well, you know, I'm afraid. Yeah. I mean, again, you know, I may have a much more negative assessment than other people, but there you go.
Right on. Well, definitely. In any case, check them out. As I said, I look forward to them every year, and I wouldn't know about them but for Millennial. Toadstool magazine. I did not see this. I have no clue, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, Toadstool. This one, okay, so I mean, basically what this is, it's like a folklore magazine, like English folklore type stuff. I know Dave Martell mentioned he had seen it earlier when he was on and that it was good. I mean, I kind of tuned out because it's like pagan English folklore stuff, and that's just kind of not my jam. But if you're into like sort of resurrecting those old mythologies and you know, I guess reading tales in that vein, I think that's what they do. It's some sort of like publication. Then check them out, I guess. But yeah.
So it's a small magazine that I think it's like really fresh on the scene. I think they only have had like a few issues out, and it's really about sort of that mythical fauna, gnomes and elves and stuff that you'd see in Scandinavian and English folklore. And yeah, I mean, he's more on the. I think he's more on the pagan side. Dave Martell, I think it also praised him as well. I see him on Telegram, but the stream itself was kind of. And I only say this because I think that this was his like first time on like a really big show or something like that, because he just seemed rather quiet and not very big on hawking his product or whatever he's really into. But I mean, he also sounds really young. But I mean, I like the Biz Archives, and I like pulp and fantasy and fiction like that, so I may give these guys a chance to peruse it, but it's a very short one. It's only like an hour long.
You know, if you go to the Isle of Man, which is in the middle of the Irish Sea, near the UK, if you take a certain bus, there's a very old bridge in the middle of a kind of park, which is called the Ferries Bridge. And there's a legend. You know, the Isle of Man is very, I would say, in terms of like connection with old folklore. Connection with sort of like pre-modern sort of tales and rites and superstitions. I would say the Isle of Man is quite much more of that than other parts of Britain. But yeah, so this very old bridge called the Ferries Bridge, and the tale is, of course, that you're meant to acknowledge the fairies who live under the bridge as you cross it, or they will, they'll kill you, or they'll cause very bad luck, which may kill you. So the buses, there's a regular bus line that goes over this, of course, all the time. And being a modern bus, it has a kind of computerized system that will, again say when you're getting to a stop, the next stop is this and this and this, and it's part of the computerized patter. When you go over this bridge, the voice says, "Greetings, fairies." Like it literally acknowledges the fairies for everyone on the bus, so they don't have to. So that is modern traditionalism, if I've ever heard it. Well, I could get a fascinating D. No, all right.
No, it just took me a minute to figure out where my unmute button is now. Come now, absolutely fascinating, D. Thank you.
Isle of Man, baby. It's a very witchy place. It's a place of witchy people and tax dodgers. That's what it is.
Well, see, I get all these islands mixed up. Isn't the Irish Sea the thing between the two islands, like that thing that's almost like a strait between the two islands?
It's a very, very big thing in the middle of lots of things. So yes.
Does it come around to the bottom though? Isn't the Isle of Wight off the southern?
No, it doesn't come. No, it doesn't come. No. The Isle of Man is no, it's in the middle. If you look off the northwest coast of Scotland, England, and Wales, you will see the Isle of Man, which of course has connection
in the Irish Sea. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's got the Tristeca. Yeah, the 3 feet. Thomas 777. He's got Triskelion. Never mind. Yeah, man. What is it? What is it they say? The Isle of Man. It's a big rock with a bunch of drunks clinging to it. There you go.
Wow. I did meet a guy from the Outer Hebrides once. That was a trip. Okay, so the only strange island-dwelling Brit person. Well, then, Toadstool. I have to say that was about the most fair I've ever seen to right-wing Christians review something that has a pagan background. So hopefully they can come from the other direction with as much, with as much restraint. Niels Wagner. Is this another German person?
He sure is, and I actually liked this stream. I don't know if either of you two saw it.
Why?
I did not.
Why did you like it?
I liked it because it was one of those like really autistic economic analysis type deals, and so this guy was like Agipius if he was just more outright based. So I mean, he talked about the coup and its impact on Germany. He talked about the fact that the real takeaway out of the last 3 years is that the amount of like operational costs that go into keeping a totally globalized economic system in place is incredibly brittle, and that we should really just tell Fukuyama to seek Canadian healthcare because he's wrong, and that it was just some really well done breakdowns of the coup, the war in Ukraine, and the economic fallout that this has, and where he thinks things are going, because he does think that the war is going to last a little bit longer. And he's known as alt-right, WRITE, which is also just a nice little play on words. But yeah, this is one of the few people whose work I checked out after listening to him.
Right on. That's a sharp positive. Charlemagne?
Yeah, I don't really remember this one very well, so we'll just I'll just leave credentialist analysis on the table there.
Thank God for you, Prude. Thank God. Yeah, man. That early chat about this being the millennial stream where nobody watched any of the. Yeah, that was just cold fucking blooded. Okay, gifts ungiven.
This is where Geo gets to simp in the chat.
Oh, is it a fucking woman? Oh.
Yeah, I kind of agree with D there. I really, I was interested in this one because I've seen this broad's like Twitter account around, I guess. But I looked at one of her videos for like 30 seconds, and it was some really scary, feminine, witchy stuff. So I just like turned it off. Seems like very Nick Landian, I guess. But yeah, she seemed pretty nice. I just think like women are really boring, and like listening to them talk is just like not really interesting. This stream was different because it was like this was like Woes kind of really led the conversation here.
It's an art school vibe, right?
And yeah, they just talked about art school and stuff and art. And I was just like, yeah, I just that's just not my thing. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I remember having a chat with Woes before our stream last year. Yeah. And I just said I was not interested in talking about the art world at all because, you know, we both have a certain. I didn't go to art school, but yeah, we both have certain experience with it. The thing is, with it, you know, again, people falsely accuse me of being misogynist. I'm not a misogynist. If an exceptional woman has something very interesting to say, or has an interesting sort of an interesting perspective on a conversation, like Philosophicat, who I like very much.
Fair enough.
Then I'm perfectly willing to listen to them. But most women have nothing interesting to say. And even if you have nothing interesting to say, you can say it in an interesting way, and you could fool most people. But they can't do that either. So you've got
you can't fool D.
You've got a high bar for me.
She did clearly understand how to make subtle right wing art very well. So
her YouTube channel is pretty good. Like
she's clearly proficient. Yeah.
Yeah, she's competent in what she does by all stretches of the imagination. And you want to see Simpery? Go look in the chat where Geo's going.
I know Geo has challenged me to a duel. He's challenged me to a duel.
But no, it was a good stream. Like, and it's an art conversation, and there's not enough like artistic talk. Like that was the one issue I had with like Geo's stream with Woes, is that he didn't get to talk about art nearly as much as he should have. But this stream was good. I did notice that GIFs has the same problem that I have when I go on non-YouTube platforms, where it's like, oh, I can just say whatever shit I can say without playing the YouTube censorship game. But it was a nice way to have Woes talk to someone who's also like got an art background and education. I thought it was cool to see Woes just be in his sort of youthful, his sort of A game of what he studied and what he knew and what he grew up with.
Yeah, I agree.
He talked to me about those things.
I watched I watched it, and it was interesting because it was more like Woes opening up on his topic. I would say that the balance of it was 50-50 more. You know, wherein like I don't even want to know what the percentage is when someone's interviewing me. You know, but
1450.
I know what it is.
So with her and with him, it was roughly 50-50, and I think it worked well as a discussion. I don't think she came across as any kind of like total dumbass or anything. She had good points to make. She seemed
No,
to me
I just
like a
don't like
young.
listening to women talk for too long.
Oh, well.
It was a good stream, and it was good that it happened, and it was unique. I just can't get into it.
Oh, so good. And also, I mean, Woes may have opened up her more than me because, you know, she's a woman, and he was doing what most men do, which is giving women,
and not a bad looking woman either.
Exactly, there you go. See,
Yeah, she looks like a
ladies. I want everyone
vampire
to know that
or
Prude has
something.
Everybody knows that Prude has a mustache, right?
he does.
I just want the entire world to know.
Listen, ladies.
that
I
he has
mean,
a mustache.
Prude.
My whole Christmas video is me with my face and mustache just talking.
Exactly. I mean, I'll tell you, ladies, watch that video. Watch that Christmas video. And I mean, Prude is a hell of a catch, you know, bitches. Get on it. Same with Charlemagne.
Lord have mercy.
Nice.
What am I doing? I can't.
There you go.
Oh well.
See, it's
There
the
you go.
Christmas spirit. Gather
Indeed.
round.
I'm a nice man. I'm a nice.
All
right,
I'm
who's
what
next?
is it? Oh, a simple man am I. Yes. What's that from My Fair Lady?
It may be from My Fair Lady.
I
I don't
think
know.
It is from My Fair Lady. Anyway, I can't
God's
remember if I weren't slightly
Pygmalion.
drunk, I would have been able
Slightly
to.
drunk.
Yes, it's a yes, it's a.
It's the
ripoff.
best way to stream with Oliver, I've learned.
No, it
Yeah,
is not. It absolutely
It
is
is.
not.
I mean,
my
I'm not
moments-
I'm not meant to be slightly drunk, but I've just given up. I don't care about death. Yeah, embrace me.
Your stream was absolutely entertaining for the first half when you're talking about like the war and also shilling the Poland stream, because you had so much just like raw hubris kind of energy where you're like, fuck this, I can talk about whatever I want, like I've got the confidence, and I'm like, there's the Oliver we all know and love. It was so good.
But that's before I drank. Yeah. All right.
And Oliver, and I'll tell you again, Oliver, Fee Brothers, old-fashioned aromatic bitters. I mean,
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, that's what I got.
All right. Oh, so you're telling me that you're not entirely dismissing my palate just in principle. And you know what?
Well, I am dismissing it because I tried it and I don't like it. But
Oh, fuck off.
well,
So wait, what
I
are these alternative bitters you're using in an old fashioned?
well, no, they're good. I mean, I've used them for years. It's Fee Brothers. I mean, it's the Fee Brothers version of traditional sort of Angostura.
Clovey. It's more.
It's a clovey. It's less sort of
Oliver, what do you use?
gentian.
I use the damn Fee Brothers that he's casting aspersions upon.
I like the Fee
spraying
Brothers orange.
clouds of aspersions upon.
Fee Brothers orange better than these. They're all right.
No,
It's
but
all right.
what you do is you put the maple syrup, you put the
I
whiskey.
don't like the maple syrup. I hate it.
But you just put it in your drink, didn't you?
I did, but I mean, I will say that it marries with the bourbon because I've got Woodford Reserve of bourbon of some sort.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty
Whatever. It's all right.
And it marries with the sweetness of the bourbon quite well. But I'm not a huge fan of maple syrup. I will tell you why. I had occasion in my life.
Wait. D. I have for
What?
some weeks now been wondering why it is you're not a fan of maple syrup. Would you tell me?
All right, I will tell you. I had some occasion, and I won't say how, and I won't say why or when or where, but I had occasion to come in contact with various flavoring and aroma chemicals. And there is a chemical called maple furanone, which is one of the constituent components of the flavor and aroma of maple syrup. And this chemical is so powerful that in the early 2000s, after September 11th, there's a company in New Jersey called International Flavors and Fragrances, which is a huge, again, multinational producer of flavorants and fragrance ingredients. And they spilled, I think, 2 liters of maple furanone. Well, they didn't spill it. They poured it in a drain that was not like a chemical catch drain. It was just like a regular drain.
Right, but it would kill it. I totally see what you mean.
And it went into the water system.
Murder it.
And this chemical is so powerful that people in Manhattan smelled it. And they all started to call like Rudy Giuliani's terrorism task force because they thought it was a chemical attack. Because there was this cloud of maple aroma over the entirety of Lower Manhattan. I mean, again, after 9/11, when everyone was very paranoid. And I have had contact with this chemical, and it's so horrible. It's just so powerful. I mean, it's like getting your face sliced in half with a sword, made of maple syrup. It's just disgusting.
Well, you know what? I am never, ever going to ask you to come anywhere near maple syrup again.
Yeah, I mean, and I've just developed such an aversion to maple syrup because of this material. Yeah.
The thing is, you have to stop now, because that would be like a poison. That would be like making it so that I no longer liked beautiful women or something. Like that would be awful, because I love, and I hate to say this because generally I don't like Canadians, no offense, but generally I just don't like them. I just love maple syrup. It's so fucking good. And to imagine that something I cared that much for. All right. Look, Charlemagne.
I mean, this would be as if some chemist had spilled the smell.
I don't want to interrupt because I'm interested.
Of stinky minge.
In trying this maple syrup cocktail. Actually,
Drink it. They spilled the smell of stinky minge down a drain, and the entirety.
It is. Wait a minute. I don't know who you've been dating, but I want to date the girl who smells like maple syrup, because I've never ever.
Doesn't. No, she smells like primary amines. She smells like rotting octopus. Never mind. I've gone down on the entirely wrong girls. All right.
Oh my God, rotting octopus! Who knew, man? Good thing we're moving away from gifts on.
This explains the profile picture so much.
Who's the next person on Millennial?
Prude just fucking a lateral fucking hammer blow from the Prude.
He's harsh. And I'm so nice to him. You know how harsh
you got to watch him.
Speaking of rotting octopus, I am also forever. Someone sent in a super chat during UO when AA. You remember when AA couldn't stop talking about Lizzo?
Which time?
Oh, you mean like every day?
Like every day, yeah. And someone sent in a super chat that said "warm turtle tank." and forever, whenever I see Lizzo, I think of warm turtle tank. Oh,
see, you're fucking me up. You're destroying my connection to my ancestry because. Hang on, because no, wait, we're not moving away from turtle tank that quick, man. This is just this is a rich Maine divine here. So New Orleans has turtle soup as one of its classic dishes, which apparently I am told goes back to it's a classic French dish.
Yeah.
Are you a turtle soup maker, D?
I do not eat turtle because I like them too much as animals. So I do mock turtle soup if I'm going to do it.
Oh my God, the connections. There's a strange web of associations that's appearing in my mind, because as a young man, I lived with a guy who collected all kinds of reptiles, including a fantastic assortment of venomous snakes. However, the cutest thing he had, because I'm not interested in African fat-tailed scorpions and Russell's vipers and Gaboon vipers. The rear fang Trimosaurus waggleri was fucking cool. It looked like an emerald stretched out like a piece of taffy. But he had river cooters. So why is it that a turtle would be called a cooter and turtle tank would have been brought up? Tell me, D.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what a cooter is. I'm just thinking of going to my time in New Orleans, going to Antoine's and getting. I did not order turtle soup. Did you ever go there, Antoine's?
Oh yeah,
Well,
Antoine's is. I mean, it's a very high class place.
Amazing place. Yep.
Oh, so it passed the D test?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, it's been there forever. And it's just it's funny. It's like room after room after room after room. You cannot believe how big this place is. And it's French cuisine classique and Creole. It's wonderful food, amazing.
So,
food.
but they do it right. You're saying it's correct.
It's very good. Yeah, I mean, it was before Katrina that I was there, but anyway, so I assume it's still going strong.
Yeah, last I heard, just bring your checkbook.
Yeah, it's very
expensive.
Very expensive.
I went to one called Commander's Palace, I think.
Yes, that's another bring your checkbook.
Yep.
Very good stuff there.
That's the one I went to.
And I went to a black place that had wonderful fried chicken, but I can't remember the name of it.
Oh yeah, go D.
All
right, okay. So as Prude was gonna say,
what was that place called?
Chicken Box.
No.
Chicken.
Oh, it's called Dookie Chase. That's what it was called.
See, I traveled around for
and there was like a very old black woman who was in there frying chicken, and it was really good. But I don't think she's there anymore. I think she died. And listen to Prude.
I've never been there.
What is a cooter? What is a cooter? Tell me.
Cooter, river cooter. It's a type of turtle.
It's a turtle. Is this like a?
It's also a It's also a nickname for Southern people. Like, hey, what's up, cooter? Where you been, cooter?
Is it a snapping turtle?
No, a river cooter isn't. I wouldn't. Okay, yeah. Let's move on to Whitgard.
When I go back to New Orleans, I'll definitely pay these blacks a visit and get some of this chicken.
Yeah, find out about these blacks because that chicken was amazing.
Yeah, this looks good. I've never heard of this.
Oh, what was the name again? The place?
Dookie Chases.
Dookie Chases, yeah.
Okay, right on, man. Okay, so Whitgard, I caught the very beginning of this, probably the first quarter of it. And he's interesting to me because I've seen him on Telegram a number of times. He gets reposted a lot by people I follow, and his takes are interesting. Like, he seems like a smart guy and says things that are very often interesting. What I caught of it was him beginning to get into the subject of paganism or neo-paganism. So I did not get to settle into it properly. So I can't really say any more than that, other than I like his stuff on Telegram, and I'm certainly going to go back and listen to this. Did you catch it, Prude or Charlemagne?
I believe they talked about Faustian man to some extent.
That was like 30 minutes. I think was a big issue of like Faustian man and globalism, in addressing the counterclaim of maybe that globalism is the Faustian project, or that there's been some discourse on like the Spenglerian analysis of what constitutes Faustian man, and I've seen people try to make and some of it's rather compelling, and they kind of talked about it a little bit about whether or not like globalism and progressivism is like truly the end result of the Faustian project for the West. And then there was a lot of discussion about transhumanism being one big area in which Christians and neo-pagans can get along at. But I mean,
that's an interesting angle.
Whitgard or Whitegard, however you want to pronounce it. The name escapes me. I know it was pronounced at the beginning of the stream.
Oh yeah, he did, and I totally immediately. Oh, it's the G is pronounced as a Y, right? Whitgard.
Okay. I think so. I don't want to butcher it, but it was interesting because he's also like in the Survive the Jive camp, like really big into history and archaeology. And I always find that stuff interesting in the same way I like Survive the Jive for the history and the archaeology stuff, not so much the pagan side of things for obvious reasons. But, he brings up a lot of good points on contemporary issues and makes his case for his belief system and the need to revitalize it as sort of a way to sort of shake off the shackles of our current malaise. But it was an okay discussion. I only caught like the first hour and a half because I think that one went for almost 2 hours, but I didn't catch the very end of it.
Right on. Did you have anything to add to that, Charlemagne?
Nope.
Well, then, all best wishes to Whityard. This gives us Bubba Kate versus the state, and I only had it in me to watch thus far one female, so I haven't seen the
Oh my god!
Bubba Kate.
You should
so-
just click on it and pick a random moment on the screen of the stream, and you'll kind of see what you're dealing with.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, she was
That's
nice to
not
look at
good.
and had a sexy accent, and that's all I.
accent.
really
What kind of
say.
accent?
I don't know, some British stuff.
Some.
I mean, yeah,
British stuff.
she's sitting there in a dress. Her hair is done. She has red lipstick on, and then it's just like straight up talking about race, HBD, and like why mixed race children are a bad thing to have. And it was old school like
Wow.
HBD race realism for like an hour and a half.
Hardcore.
it was
It looks
like-
like an Elvira outfit going on here.
It was
Wow.
basically like if Daughter of Albion wanted to like sell herself, this is what it would look like.
Don't don't be saying anything bad about Daughter of Albion.
I'm not. I'm
like
just
her
simply
just
saying
fine.
this is the other side of
No,
trying to
she
kill
would
Phillips.
totally she would go ASMR to market herself, as we all know.
I mean,
um,
doesn't
That's
that
what she
already
does
happen
for
on
her
A's
AA.
blog? Yeah, that already exists.
right, she's already doing it, right? But I am kind of freaking out about like the black furniture and the purple curtains. Like this is hardcore. Like this is very post Marilyn Manson kind of stuff going
Yeah.
on.
You definitely want to be careful if you end up in that woman's bedroom.
What? Who?
You
What?
probably would end up on her like Ascent of Man skull collection or something, because like that whole stream,
Skull collection.
Who are you
that whole
talking about?
stream is evolutionary race realism.
But
and
okay, so
British
let's be
blackism.
fair, because I have not I didn't see it, and I shouldn't be giving her a hard time, and I don't know.
Oh, I watched the whole
about this
thing.
book.
It was a good stream.
It was good.
So
like,
was she smart?
oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Who is
But-
this? Sorry, who is
But what is Bubba Kate?
It's
Like
some nickname that I don't comprehend. They didn't explain why she has that nickname.
Yeah, because I mean, I think Bubba, and I think immediately
yeah,
Southern
exactly
hick
like
boy
a
stuff, but not
right driving a bulldozer, right? You know.
or a dually trying to get some shit out of the mud on your dad's farm, but not like
Right.
not some British woman that wants to talk to me about like the necessity of the
Race
14
realism.
words.
Right.
By all
Okay,
means, though, it was a fun stream to watch. Obviously,
Yeah, it absolutely. It hell. I mean, from everything I'm hearing, it might be in the top 5, right? I mean,
No.
all right.
I can
Sorry,
tell
D.
my
What do you
top
what do you
5
make of this?
right now if you want?
I don't want to make anything of it. I want to make kindling out of it. Let's go to the next one. Who's the next one?
Well, okay, but hold your thought on a top. Let's call it a top 3 out of the ones we've seen. We'll come back to that. So then we have Kiwi Off Gritter. I did not see that one. Is it someone from New Zealand? Let me guess.
yes.
Hmm.
I watched this one in full because it was the one right before mine. And Charles, I don't know if you saw this one, but you really
I
should.
skipped it because
You really should watch it because there's a lot of helpful stuff that I thought of you when I was listening to it. And he's a really nice guy, and he does work for a living still. Like he's not completely an off-gridder type deal. And he was showing off pictures with woes about what he's been working on, the differences between like the arable land in New Zealand compared to like Australia or the United States, and the BS that he has to deal with. But it was a really informative stream about how even regular folks in the suburbs can grow some stuff in their backyards if their ordinances allow them to, why off-gridding is important. He does his best to offer a really good polemic as to why he's doing what he's doing, because even if you can't go completely off the grid or things like that, there's still a lot of stuff that you can do to make yourself less reliant on the state. And he pretty much outlines the importance. I'm glad The Last of Us finds twerking repulsive. It's always been repulsive, but it was a very good stream. I think that if you want to learn more about homesteading and off-gridding and being self-sufficient, Kiwi Off-Gridder stream was really informative.
Right on. Well, that's a positive statement. Now, before we get to Prudentialists, about whom I really have nothing good to say. I mean, there's just
Yeah,
there's a certain
sucks.
point at which
Totally sucks. Forget him.
you have to draw the line somewhere. So I think we need a D intermission. So
Huh?
D, I think you need to talk to us about something. We can't just jump straight to
Oh,
Prudentialist when he's
I'm
here on the
eating.
stream.
I was eating. I was becoming.
What are you eating?
I was becoming a fat bastard. I made these little like crostini things, and I was putting smoked salmon on. And just eating.
Oh, I love smoked salmon. I've been unable to finish my cake. It was just too much pecan praline
Oh,
cake.
what was it? What pecan cake?
It was like this praline pecan cake sent from New Orleans. That was
Based.
supposed to be for Christmas dessert, but we made our own dessert, so now I just have a whole cake. And
Amazing.
it's way too much for me to finish.
It's always nice having like a whole cake waiting for you. I
Yeah, it's
made
pretty good.
I made spice cakes for Christmas. And I've got another one of those just beckoning to me. Anyway, twerking. Why were you talking about twerking? Was someone twerking?
Because we're trying not to get to Prudentialist yet.
Was
We're
he
just
twerking?
trying to. I'm sorry. Just
That
trying to
it was brought up in
Prudentialist.
I think it was mentioned in the Bubba Kate stream
Okay.
as well.
Well,
if I
you
remember.
think women twerking is off-putting and disgusting? How about fucking men twerking?
I'm against
I've never
both.
seen it.
Oh, I mean, I will have to say, as a connoisseur and appreciator of the masculine form, there is nothing more off-putting than a man, performing female, just shaking his ass like a
Tribal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally what
I think-
gorillas and estrus do.
it's
Why are you emulating an ape?
It's disgusting. It's so. It's grating to women, but it's especially like emasculating when men do it. It's filthy. I mean, Semigog, I don't know if you've been around on my spaces when I talked about my hatred of sexy underwear, but this all
Oh my
ties
god!
together.
I fucking hate sexy underwear.
Yeah, I mean this idea of
straight and homosexual unite. I could go on for hours.
Yeah,
This would be a great way to cut off prude.
prude is not as prudish as you would suspect.
Oh, I'm terrible in a lot of ways.
Indeed.
No. Prude
as all we are. We're all sinners. Come on.
No,
fine.
I'm just trying to cut off talking about his appearance. Let's go on about the underwear. I don't think he's a prude.
Oh, he's
I
wonderful.
know he's not a
why
fucking
do you want
prude,
to
man.
talk about his appearance? He's
Because
wonderful.
right after Kiwi Off-Gritter is my millennial appearance.
Ugh, disgusting woman. Oh no, that's not the woman. That's the off-grid thing.
So anyway, sexy underwear. Look, we'll come back to prude in just a moment.
I
cover
hate
the sexy underwear part. I fucking hate it. Let me just tell you first off.
No.
Fucking synthetic underwear. Synthetic underwear made with all kinds of weird, scratchy, artificial shit. So you got some naked woman and she wants to like squirm a little bit and look at you over her shoulder with the naughty face because she dressed a certain way, and it's some fucked up totally synthetic garbage that like when your skin you don't want to touch it. Like the only thing that is supposed to be in immediate proximity to naked flesh is cotton, silk, wool, leather, or fur. That's it. That's my only point. Go on, D. Sorry.
Indeed. It's 1988. You've picked up a woman from the bar in your IROC Z, and you've gone to your trailer home, and you've put on Pour Some Sugar on Me in the name of love, and she is stripping off her clothes, and she is wearing an acrylic lace teddy underneath her 501s.
Are you speaking from experience, Mr. D?
I'm speaking. Pour some sugar on me in the name of love. Yeah. And then you find out, of course, in the morning that she's a dick and that she has a dick in 2018. But that's a different story.
I'm just going to tell you that the part that disorients me the most is that on the inside of the top of their little stockings, to get them to like cleave properly to their fat upper thigh, they've got weird ass fruit roll up shit on the inside of their stocking that sticks to their leg. It's fucking insane, man. That's
gross, dude. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, let me go in an even more cursed direction. Is again reason number 675 why I hate professional homosexuals, because you find someone who seems reasonably masculine, and you get into a fight. You both bloody each other's eyes.
First, there's gonna be drinking. Then
It's all very
there's gonna
exactly.
be fighting.
You have some whiskey. You fight. Whatever. And then right, and then whatever transpires, and you find out at some point that this person is wearing like jockstrap Speedo, spandex underwear. I mean, it's just disgusting. I mean, you have to call the police. Just get them out of there. I mean, there's nothing more. There's nothing more emasculating and disgusting than a man who thinks about sexy underwear. Come on.
Yes, and also, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to yank on the reins right here because there's a certain point at which I can't smoothly elide from the topic at hand to the topic of my friend Prude. So before you take us off down some dark forest path that has a gingerbread,
I'm gonna link, and we're gonna have a big transition. Well, we're not gonna have a transition. That's the wrong word.
Right. Okay, so
Prude.
bring us back around to Prude.
Prude, have you ever worn a Speedo?
No.
There we go. Prude, how was your millennial? Let's talk about it.
Well, I thought it went well. I tried very deliberately not to talk about the two issues that gets everyone riled up and pissed off, because after watching like the last 4 days straight, more or less, of just listening and having it on, I was like, I really don't want to talk about the war, and I really don't want to talk about the coup, because I feel like that stuff's been beaten to death.
Yep.
But I had told Woes at the beginning, I was like, yeah, I mean, I do cover international relations, and I try and cover the things that aren't on the news all the time, like the war. I can cover second order effects and things like that. But then we just sort of talked about the internet for the longest time and the impact it has on politics, and my concern for the future generations that are born entirely with social media, because I think everyone on this chat can remember a time before the iPhone and before Facebook and all the hell that followed afterwards. And we're totally different people now because of it. And it's really concerning when Meta and Twitter and other companies have like neuro and evolutionary psychologist people that help R&D their algorithms to make them more gamified. But yeah, it felt like my appearance was sort of Prudentialist's best hits of 2022. I didn't feel like I covered any new ground.
Well, I felt like you held forth quite well. Were you on last year?
No, this was my first time.
Right, first time here. Yeah, I felt like you had a very, very strong showing. I was like, oh, if I had anything to do with it, which I don't, he would have made me proud.
I had no idea what I was going to talk about.
It.
I was dreading it.
Yeah,
it's one of the ones I watched, and I dug it. I definitely recommend everybody check it out. He could, because he does us proud. Charlemagne,
I had the same experience as well. I mean, I mean, I've spoken to people, I've spoken about ideas lots of times, but you sort of get on there and you're just like, well, what? Again, most of this audience doesn't know what I do or talk about. I mean, Prude has a channel, I have nothing, but still, it's just like, but in the end, you're talking to an audience of people who, again, I mean, you feel like maybe you're rehashing things, but I mean, these people don't know you, and so you have to sort of get over the idea that there's anything wrong with a kind of retrospective of things that you do well, things that you know well. So I look forward to watching your appearance.
I try my best to have fun with it, just because it's like I'm woke on all of the questions that this very sort of like alt-right 1.0 channel audience is going to want to know about. So it's like, I don't feel the need to talk about these things because I'm going to agree with you on most issues. So, but no, it was a lot of fun. And I kind of felt nice at the end because I kind of turned the table on Woes and I asked him what, Graham of Woes or what he's done this year that he liked the most. And that was fun to hear the conversations that Woes thought he was most proud of his work. And I think the one he said about the Queen's death was his favorite of this year, which I liked. It was one of my favorite Graham of Woes to listen to. But I don't want to talk too much about myself. I hate doing it.
Nice. Well, I enjoyed it, and I thought you held forth quite well, particularly as usual, as related to geopolitics and strategy, which you touched on here and there. Charlemagne, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think he did well by himself. It was a solid showing. So I congratulate you on that. And yeah, it was a good stream. Actually, something D said brought to mind. I think everyone I conspired with us here, but if you recall, I conspired with the two of you, I believe, to send Woe's Tony
that's
Blair
Christmas card shit. Don't wait. We're not to Christmas cards yet.
Okay, we're not there yet.
Christmas.
It didn't happen.
What the?
It didn't happen. One of them got there, so.
Just wait, man.
It didn't happen.
You have to reveal these things each at their proper time.
The only thing that I got irked about on mine was someone pulled the actually about Anglo descent, because I remember the graphic of the American counties all laid out about which has the highest density of European ancestry, and I know that Germans have, I think geographically speaking, I don't know by population, but by geography, they have the most per county spread out throughout the United States. Like the entire Midwest, it's just straight up.
Fuckers are everywhere. Yeah,
they're everywhere.
People don't know that. Yeah,
and I was just
even
saying, like,
fucking Texas.
Well, I mean, we had that conversation on my birthday stream, and Charlemagne was on it, where we were just sort of like breaking down like the American, like, what is the American white ethnogenesis question, because like we killed any sense of German identity in World War I here in the States.
Yep.
But someone pulled the actually, Anglos are the majority. Some are just Americanized. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with it. Just fuck it. I don't want to start a spurgy fight because I don't have the data in front of me. But it was a fun talk nonetheless.
Do what I do, Prude. Just say go fuck yourself and block.
No, you tell people to seek Canadian healthcare now.
Is that the new one?
Nice. I like it, man.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
god, I hate
made in Canada.
I hate the
Yeah,
audience. The audience is fuck off. The chat should fuck off.
Well, I gave you a wrench, which is there for you to abuse.
To fuck them off with.
Oh, I know how to fuck people with this.
No.
Never mind. All right.
Stop.
Where is he?
I walked right into that. Okay,
Here he is. Here he is. Wait, hang on. Say it. Say it. There he is.
Nice. Okay.
That's our favorite parrot. All right.
just to circle fully back around, please everyone do check out Prude's channel and check out his episode on Millennial. And we're still, Charlemagne and Prude and I have got to get back together again and figure out what we're going to do, at least on a follow-up on the Prometheanism stream. And there might even be something in the works on all this Thomas Marcus buildings and power stuff, which is going to be like fucking epic. Like the autism is going to be fucking black lightning, like scorching the sky as we talk about that shit, if indeed it can be made to happen. So yeah, stay tuned in future. Now we come around to something that will cause mild irritation, but perhaps a perverse sense of delight for D. The Last Woman. This is Emma Lucy Shaw, and I have not yet watched this one. So what do you gentlemen have to say? Silence, D.
Cunt. Oh, sorry.
I did not watch this one. I just clicked on the link and it said English pagan content creator. So
right. So okay. So let me ask you this real quick.
Prude, what was all the
pagan?
Was paganism a big theme this year?
Well, they had a whole event earlier this year in the UK about like pagan futures. So I mean, there's a minute but sizable right-wing pagan movement both in the Scandinavian
but I wouldn't say nobody was fucking overrepresented, because I mean there are tons of Christians who are on here for pagans. Definitely Frody and Whityard, and it sounds like a couple more, but it's certainly survived the jive. But you got a bunch of Christians on there too, man. So I think it was fairly well balanced. And from what I remember of Woe's position, he's neither he's not Christian, but he's not pagan either, and he did a good job of leaving room for both, as far as I can tell.
The chat is saying that she gets kind of deeply personal into it and that it's worth watching.
Yeah, I mean, the
Pessimistic
stream was
Idealism recommends
basically
it.
the stream was like her life was really fucked up, and they talked about it. And I don't know, it was a bizarre stream. I don't know what to say about it. It wasn't really bad, but it was really weird. She had a very very fucked up childhood, I guess, and background.
Art school girls of doom.
I don't know if she was in art school.
Yeah.
But all I really remember was like, damn, this girl's been through some shit. That was kind of interesting.
The thing is, we've all. I mean, maybe some of us haven't, but many of us have been through some shit. But men tend not to talk about it in the same way. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's gay.
It's exactly. I mean, the thing is, I think a lot of women think that establishes them as having like reactionary bona fides, but I don't know. It's all right. I mean,
well,
certainly biography can be made very interesting, but I don't know. Maybe this woman did it. Maybe not.
Well, I'm certainly going to suspend all disbelief and give her the full benefit of the doubt, not having.
Yeah.
I will go watch it after tomorrow.
Everyone should watch it.
Right, but just a quick question, Prude. You said there were 3 you didn't see. Is there anything that binds them all? Like, were they all women or were they all pagans?
No. It was just my availability or streaming. So the 3 that I did not watch were, I did not watch Faust's. I did not watch Richard Wollstonecraft, and the one I mentioned earlier were the 3 I did not see.
Right. Okay. So Emma Lucy Shaw, definitely check her out. It sounds like it was an interesting episode. I have not yet seen it, but through the course of the coming weeks, I doubtless will. Next one we have is JF Gariepi. JF, I've appeared over on his show. It's been some time now, but on a number of occasions. I like him just fine. I've enjoyed speaking with him when I have. He's French Canadian.
Yes, so and if you want potato farming tips, he can give them to you.
Absolutely. And because he's French, even if it's French Canadian, I'm not saying he's easy to deal with, but he's been friendly with me. He's been kind enough to have me on his show. Have not a negative word to say about JF, but I have not yet seen this episode, though I intend to. And he, we probably share some ancestors way back. So
how was JF, lads?
It was all right. I mean, he had some cringe opinions, I think, on Kanye West's situation. I think this is where they got mostly into that out of all the guests. I think. I mean, frankly, I think Woes has cringe opinions on the West thing. Like, it's just strictly negative. There's no good from this. It's not bringing it to the mainstream. If you disagree, fuck you, basically. But other than that, it was a good stream. Yeah.
I mean, that was the biggest thing about that stream was just the scope of Hollywood, the JQ, and Yi, and I'm not.
Don't. It's like saying Boris. Like,
I'm not a fan of it, and I didn't think that. I'm with you on this one, Charlemagne. I don't think that that's ever going to bring it into the mainstream, and I don't think that this is going to do any good. And it was a weird flash in the pan moment where you really had to take sides for some reason.
Why? And weirdly, I've seen a lot of people still talking about this as if it's still a thing.
Well, I think Never posted on his Telegram a few days ago. It's just over now. I find no one's talking about it anymore.
This is what kills me is that this isn't the first time this has happened. Like, not to shill or anything, but Dimes from Blood Satellite and I were reading What Went Wrong, The Creation and the Collapse of the Black Jewish Alliance by Murray Friedman. This is not the first time some black celebrity has done this before in the past, and for some reason we're making a big deal out of it, even though this has happened many times before. I just find it odd.
Yeah, I'm just surprised there's still like a weird low-level support for this, which I see, I
don't know. It was a white pill stream, though. I mean, so if you want some white pills, go there. He's still bullish on crypto, which I actually think is correct. I guess I'll give my take really quick on that. Like basically, once proper regulations come in and attract institutional investors, you'll see like real big money, maybe even like sovereign funds.
I think
You
you
Cut out
dropped
there in
out
the last 20 seconds.
Charlie?
You see regulations come into crypto. I think the price will go up quite a lot if institutional investors start putting their money there, which proper regulations would allow them to do. So you might see like sovereign funds start investing in crypto. So I actually agree with JF that I do not think the Bitcoins have peaked yet. So I think he actually has the right take there. I don't remember everything else they talked about, but it was a fun stream.
I always like crypto discussions because I'm an absolute moron on that sort of subject matter. So I always like getting to become completely lost when someone gets to talk about crypto because I don't know that much about it. Most of my money is in gold.
Funny thing is,
commodities.
Sorry.
Yeah, crypto's bad because every single transaction is public, so there's no way to hide transactions happening. So,
and anyway,
Well,
D, go on. Don't silence yourself.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I have actually held crypto since the pre-2009 period, and I don't understand anything about it at all. So, it is possible to again, whilst I breathe, I hope. Dum spiro spero. There you go. But yeah, I mean, I still don't understand the intricacies of it. I mean, the question, of course, is that when eventually the I think inevitable advent of central bank digital currencies, how that's going to affect, of course, all the kind of markets that have gone before. It's a good question.
Yes, and one we will have to keep our eyes fixed upon the screen to see eventuate, however it is that it does. Anti-dem.
Iridium. That's what you need.
Iridium.
Yeah. Let's buy a lot of iridium. I'm telling you.
Oh, it's some sort of coin or something.
Well,
it's a material that comes from asteroids.
Well, it's an element. Yeah, it's a chemical element. It's a platinum group metal. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. The best thing you can do is find someone who knows their field and goes and buys antiques knowledgeably with money that were never mass produced because they're all by definition unique. I mean, I have left that's absolutely yes, so because those things, there weren't 50,000 of them pushed out on a production line. Each one is a one of a kind, which means it's
there were 50
unique. And time and attrition and everything else is destroying it. And we've already had the seeming burst of time where it appeared everyone could get anything because it simply had become available for this brief period. But now, no longer. All these antique places I used to go to back in the day, they're just all full of they were even then, they're full of garbage. These kind of places that are run by a gay couple and they've got tables from the 1960s and they claim that it's all antiques.
I mean, there's some very good tables from the 1960s.
There are indeed, but the reality is that there are fewer and fewer antiques, by their very nature. So they go
iridium, Oliver. Iridium.
Oh yeah, sorry. Fight me. Come back around.
Iridium is also, of course, notable because it is the material that's prevalent in the the TK boundary. There's a
KT boundary. The extinction.
There's an basically an archaeological separation that probably encompasses a large extinction event that involved an asteroid, where there is a very uniformly distributed layer containing a lot of iridium, and you can find it all over the earth. Anyway, iridium and rhodium as well. Buy that. This is not investment advice.
Oh my god, yeah,
Next,
absolutely.
what's the
There's
next stream? Come on.
The next stream is anti-dem, and then after anti-dem, we can talk about Christmas cards.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, no, there is at least a little bit. Look, you see the fucking poison, the anger, the resentment that is bred when the postal systems don't do their job. I share your sense of
Fuck the post office. I hate them.
Indeed.
Fucking both of them, the U.S. post office
and the
Brit
UK.
post office.
Oh, the UK is much
Yeah.
worse. I mean, the much worse. Let me tell you. Well, because it
Fucking
was sold.
assholes.
Because it
They
was sold
stole,
many years. It was sold many years
They
ago.
stole Morgoth's mail.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we're not. Wait. We're not going to. Anti-dem first. I see. D has been making these noises in the background, which makes me need to go get just one last glass of apple juice. So I'm going to go do that while whatever you guys remembered about anti-dem
So is this
comes forth.
is this
I love how you refer to your
ANTI
beverage like apple juice, like you're talking to a child that doesn't understand you have a drinking problem.
No.
Wait,
Drinking
what?
problem?
I
What?
don't have a drinking problem. Second of all, I've never been
Daddy
clear
just
on
needs
whether or
his
not
apple juice. That's all. Sweet.
I just don't use your powers for evil on me, prude. I just don't. I don't know whether or not I'm really allowed to talk about alcohol on YouTube, to be honest with you. So yeah, anti-dem.
Yeah, give me another
anti-dem.
quart of Almaden. All right, listen. We're going to talk about anti-dem. Is this like anti-dem, like anti-Towler, or is this like ANTI?
I think it's more like anti-ANTI.
Yeah, like we hate democracy or
right,
something.
like-
I love
like
democracy. I
like
love the
right
Republic.
wing. Get it?
All right.
Yeah, I think his logo's the phalange or something. But I'm not entirely sure. That's what it looks like. So yeah, anti-democratic, basically.
But yeah, a big traditionalist Catholic as well.
Rashomon San says it's a drinking solution, not a drinking problem. There you go.
Yeah,
So
I think
he's
it
a
was
traditionalist
I think they
Catholic.
talked about architecture on the stream.
Is he
if I
American
recall.
or British or?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
But yeah, I think they talked about architecture. I think Woes had like really bad opinions on architecture, if I recall.
Yeah, someone said that he had some shit opinion about Art Deco. Which
Yeah, that was it. He said he didn't like it, which is like one of the worst things I've ever heard.
Oh, God! I mean,
love Art
one of the
Deco.
one of the most wonderful movements in Europe and in America. I mean, there's so many beautiful structures in on the continent and in America in that style. But sad.
I liked this stream a lot because it was a conversation about sort of just architecture and sort of like the death of Britain in a lot of ways. And there's also really good adverts for what London used to be and the architecture of what made London affordable and what killed it. And it's just a really well done stream. And the graphics that show you what like the London and the England of the 80s compared to today is just a stark contrast of what was lost. And I mean, there's you see a lot of like memes on Twitter about like trads complaining about brutalism and architecture, and a lot of times I know that most of us are talking well past our depth, but Anti-Dem does a really good job of laying it out, because I don't know if he studied this or not, but he definitely talks with some authority as to what he's discussing. And I'm always inclined to agree that when there is a loss of a distinct cultural identity that is expressed through architecture, something's gone really, really wrong. And Anti-Dem does a really good job talking about that. This was really a stream where he shines and Woes kind of is brought along for the ride.
Well, it sounds quite good. I'm very interested in this because, of course, I mean, this is one of those sort of perennial debates I have with people. I mean,
You
people
should have him on for Deepest Lore.
That's probably a good idea. I mean, I will listen to the stream. I mean, people will know that for years I have been sort of fighting back against people who misunderstand what brutalism actually was, what that actually means. And, people are saying that Waze was an apologist for brutalism. I mean, it's one of those things that I just think people don't understand. It's like when people sort of just condemn modern art. I mean, they just don't understand what it is at all. They don't understand terms. Just, here's an ugly building. I'm just going to call that brutalism, and I'm going to say it's bad. Well, that isn't how it really works. And of course, I was, I remember the 80s. I remember London. I remember Britain in the 80s. Even to the very early days, and I remember how things used to be, and I certainly am cognizant of the way the cityscape and the landscape has changed for the worse. But it doesn't have anything to do with brutalism, or it has very little to do with it. It has to do with other things. So I will look forward to listening to this stream, because it sounds quite interesting.
Nice. You guys, man, you took care of it neatly. Had a opining on brutalism and a general decline in architectural standards across the decades, all in this small amount of time it took me to address what Prude here calls my drinking problem.
It's a drinking solution, Oliver.
As well.
Well, it is a mixture. It is a solution.
Well, oh my God, man!
Indeed.
You don't have to be
A
old.
very dilute solution, I would say.
You can do dad jokes at any age. Yeah.
Very dilute.
Nice.
With jokes
right.
these bad, I'm bound for fatherhood.
Indeed.
Absolutely nice. Okay, so that took care of Anti-Dem. Sorry to Anti-Dem with the bundle of arrows. I did not see it yet. So this brings us around to Christmas cards. And there's a certain group that's rather put out about the
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to 99 Iron Duke, who's denouncing brutalism. Christmas cards. Why are we talking about Christmas cards?
Yeah,
I'll just be up front. I didn't watch the Christmas card or the
nothing
Christmas
happened.
Christmas Day AMA.
What is this?
nothing happened.
Well, before basically I conspired with pretty much everyone we know, although I think only these two sent that.
Mine was sent
so I conspired to have us all print it out and send Woes a Tony Blair Christmas card, and he would open up like a bunch of them on the stream. And so did you guys mail yours? Because I actually
I mailed it in the specified time. Yeah.
I mailed mine on the 15th.
I went all the way to the
last day.
city. I found a fucking print shop. I got them to print out the card on the spot. I wrote a very nice Christmas card to him in the parking lot of a grocery store. And then I drove to the goddamn post office and waited in line for like an hour to send it. I get to the guy and I'm like, I need to send this to Britain fast. So he like bumbled it back in normal envelope. And I guess he didn't hear the fast part because I fucking told him fast, not send me normal mail, you stupid asshole. So apparently fast means, I can't remember if he said it was $40 or $140, which was obscene. And this was like back on the 14th or something. But here's the kicker: I would have had to fill out a customs form, and I'm like, I'm not filling out a fucking customs form for a postcard, basically. Also,
I don't think.
What is this?
For flat mail, you
can't send fast internet unless you fill out a customs form. But if I send it slow mode, then it's fine. What the fuck is that? You stupid asshole. I hate the post office so much. Not to mention, the Christmas gifts I ordered for my friends came in on time, but I didn't know because apparently I have to sign it for them. Why do I have to fucking sign for them? Just give me my fucking mail. I don't care. Oh my God. I hate the post office. I want to Fed post the fucking post office.
No need to go postal on the postal people.
the truly the most it really is a common experience across my life and my history, is finding myself standing in a line at a post office and saying, there's nothing I can do. Breathe. You'll get out of here eventually. And being upset about it won't change anything. The only place that happens as commonly, but I don't have to go there as often, is the Department of Motor Vehicles. Or a flight at the airport. Yeah. The post office is just horrible, man. Absolutely horrible.
Shaniquas.
Yeah.
I remember dealing with the American Postal. The weird thing is, of course, if you go to places, I mean, for instance, I was in New York City, and you go to many of these places, and I mean, they were literally half. So you know the Works the Works Progress Administration, the FDR Depression era program that
Public
paid
Works something.
that paid artists to do art, and so they couldn't figure out what to do with them, so they had them decorate post offices with murals, and they did it all over the place, but especially prevalent in cities. And many of these are just like the grimmest things you've ever seen. I mean, they have, first of all, they haven't been cared for. They've just been allowed to be damaged and darkened. They haven't had any kind of proper conservation done to them, so they tend to look awful, and also many of them, of course, in these spaces that are kind of half finished. They stopped working on these spaces in like 1940, and it's just really depressing. And then you go into these horrible places, and there's these sort of dusty people
just covered in shit, the way only things in a post office can be covered in layers of like accumulated shit. Yeah, I'm looking.
Well, it's not even shit. It's just like dust. They've just
dust and weird.
They've just been in there. They've been in there and they've done nothing for like 25 years. And
more than 25 years. Yeah, I'm looking at a selection of New Deal murals that are apparently a part of this process. It looks like there are a few sculptural elements.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good things, but there's a lot of crap that came out of that. It's sort of like American kind of like socialist realism.
Yep. I'm looking at one called Portrait of a Miner that is exactly that. Yeah, exactly that.
So there's something uniquely depressing about American post offices, as you call them.
Yeah, they are. They're fucking horrifying, man. And by the way, fuck them.
Because not only much. No, it's like they hire the most unhelpful people possible too. It's unbelievable. At least the post office I went to, I was finally helped by white people for once at the fucking post office. But still, it was like just as bad. It's unreal.
Yeah.
It's just mind blowing. Like the fucking post office is like one of the only services defined in the goddamn Constitution.
In the Constitution,
and people run the damn thing. I mean,
people forget that they used to deliver twice a day or more. They used to come to your house to deliver mail more,
and it's probably just fucking gone. I didn't get it. Where the fuck does it go? Mail go. Okay, when I used to live back in New Orleans, I would get my neighbor's mail all the time. My neighbors would probably be getting my mail. I'd get mail from who the hell knows where. They just do whatever. They throw the fucking packages. We need an amendment into the Constitution to delete the post office because it is obscene, this service.
No, it should be taken over by it should be taken over by a different group entirely, and it should become the core of the rebellion. I mean, there's just no. Don't get rid of it, because once upon a time it was the envy of many post offices or postal services around the world. Once upon a time, it was something to be contended with.
It's an embarrassment now. I mean, if you've ever dealt with the post office, I mean, it's impossible to complain enough about it. It's more dysfunctional than the fucking DMV. At least you go to the DMV.
Yeah, it's horrifying. No, dude, it's horrifying. It's absolutely fucking horrifying. Like, I go there, and when I would want a money order, they don't have a fucking money order. They just don't. They put things in the wrong mailboxes all the time. They lose mail all the time. Like, if I had been sending antique weapons the way I was back in the day, if I'd been doing that recently through the Postal Service, I'd be having to endlessly make insurance claims with the post. It's horrifying what's happened to it. It's absolutely disgusting. And I guess the point that we're all making here is that we had a great fucking joke with Tony Blair cards, and mine's even better because it has an inside joke inside the inside joke that's specifically for woes. And nevertheless,
literally none of our fucking cards got there. 3 of us mailed the damn cards. Not a single one got there.
Before the cutoff date, yeah.
Yeah, or maybe at all. Who knows? Will he ever get them? I don't know.
I should probably check my track the package number and see if it
neither snow nor rain, nor heat,
bullshit,
nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their
Even
important
Cliff
grind.
Clavin was somewhat competent, for God's sakes.
It's all fucking outrageous at this point.
All right.
Yeah. And
What's
you don't even
next
want to know
on
what
Millennial?
you don't even know or want to know what it costs to send those fucking snowshoes to you. You just I'll never
Oh, my
tell
neighbor
you.
told me. I don't know why. I can't believe you did that. But thank you.
But no, Merry fucking Christmas.
No,
I mean,
night
what the hell's going on here?
shall stay these couriers. Never mind.
I don't know.
We were talking about what Charlemagne has failed to acknowledge about the cost of sending.
Oh, no, that's shameful. It's shameful for me to bring it up. I didn't think he
It
would
is
actually
shameful.
know.
You're shameful,
No,
Cliff.
Well, no, it fucking hurt me. I stumbled bleeding out of my ass.
Good.
Out of the post office. Right. Merry fucking Christmas.
That's low.
So it is. Come around, Prude. I'll give you lots of books. Christmas Day AMA already happened. Boxing Day AMA happened. So this leaves us with two. Well, I suppose D could talk about how dark and hopeless Christmas seems these days, since we've finally gotten through the part that we really have to cover, most of it for Millennial. But before we do that, before we let ourselves go, let our hair down, we have to do some kind of review of Academic Agent and Morgoth, right?
Yes. I mean,
That fat little fucker. Okay, yeah, we're gonna review him.
Well, yeah, he had so I didn't actually get to finish watching a stream because the Morgoth one was so damn long. But the 2 hours I did watch, yeah, it's definitely in my top 5. I mean, one of the things, I mean, for one, he opens with, I think, he talks about how like the Koof is basically going to go away and not to put all your eggs in one basket. And yeah, he was right again about that. I mean, the thing is, he can be irritating, but probably most people should just stop thinking and do whatever Academic Agent says, because he kind of just ends up being right about almost everything. It's painful to admit it.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong about 50% of the time. Don't tell people to listen to him. No.
I will say this. There are many cases. I hate to say it because he's so fucking obnoxious.
I know.
However, there are all kinds of very, very good points he makes that he has no. I'll add this.
You muted yourself.
Shit.
Oliver.
This is terrible for me being taken seriously. He really does nail some important things. He's a perceptive guy. He's a smart one, and he's willing to think for himself. But he'll also do the necessary work to, acquaint himself, at least superficially, with all the reading he would need to, because he's been, trained in academia. I tend to think he doesn't read quite as much as he claims to. He's much better at scanning and organizing. But I might be wrong. And
as someone who has followed and dealt with this man for years now, I will say that he is, of course, clever and quite perceptive, and he is right about certain things. But again, he is very blinkered in his approach to things, and I think that, of course, there's a lot of collateral material that he tends to get quite wrong, and which I delight in reminding him, of course, how many times I have said you're fucking wrong about this, and he turns out quite wrong. I mean, I think that it's fair to say that, if you take these sort of general theses, he is certainly formidable. But I would just be very, very careful on the margin, because he tends to generalize and elaborate about things. I mean, his cultural analysis of the US is completely wrong and just completely shallow and stupid. And I will say this as someone who,
but to be fair,
had an intimate connection to the United States for many years.
But to be fair, it's probably about as deep as mine of Britain, so
Maybe. maybe. But you know, I said he's someone sort obviously eminently worth listening to, but you need to keep always keep your critical faculties with him, because
Absolutely. But he does. He's got
yeah.
good. You got to give it to him. He's got some good fucking perceptive things. And when you've been alive as long as you and I have D, you know that somebody seeing things for themselves it's not that common, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he has his blind spots, especially in the area of spirituality, religion, even metaphysics. But
Yeah,
when it comes
don't
comes to politics, I mean, he pretty much nails everything. You know, sometimes it takes a year for you to realize it, but yeah, more people should just kind of believe everything he believes on politics.
Yeah, maybe, but you know,
I'll
then we get things like I'm going to kneel down to my lord, you know, Elon Musk.
Ooh,
I mean,
there was that one. Yeah.
He gained.
All
I
he
mean,
said
but
was to buy the blue check, which is probably right. Even sounds like I said, he eventually ends up being right. I saw the other day that Twitter, someone at Twitter said they're going through like thousands and thousands of accounts, and in another 30 days or something, they will probably have accounts that didn't promote harm or whatever, like, or threaten someone unbanned. Which
but
means
you're not. I mean,
probably not.
you're not unbanned. Yeah, but I mean, he literally said that he is going to kneel down and take an oath of fealty to Elon Musk as his knight and lord and king.
I mean,
Okay,
so
that was
come on, that's a little bit of an exaggeration.
no. He said take the knee, like literally.
I mean, that's what he
bend the
said.
knee.
I mean, yes, I know that of course he's exaggerating for kind of comedic effect, but come on. It's difficult to know. I mean, where do you make these separations? Because, of course, like, for instance, you get someone like Bab, Bronze Age pervert, who I generally
crazy spicy.
Well, who I generally like, but who is a complete fucking retard on Twitter. I mean, he just says the stupidest things, and he does it because, of course, he has said many times that he thinks that Twitter is valuable because, of course, it's a place to troll people, and which, of course, that's valid. It is a good place to troll people. But then, then of course you have to make a separation. Well, what is Bat's actual intellectual content? Is it his Twitter presence? No, it isn't, because he said some really stupid things. I mean, including stupid things about fucking pedophiles, which I won't repeat. So you have to say, well, his actual intelligent material is his Substack. These Caribbean rhythms things. And I think the same thing with AA. I mean, where is AA's actual work? I mean, of course, he's got formidable published works. He has a very interesting and fairly sound record of doing streams and talking about ideas on streams. I mean, then there's what he does on Twitter, which is just spraying shit in every direction. So I do think you have to be discerning about which aspect of our friend AA you're going to follow.
Absolutely, that's true. But as William Joseph says, we love AA. We shouldn't bash him. Of course, no, we should bash him. But in the midst of it, it must be admitted, as I said, that he's got all kinds of great observations. And so now, just to be fair, we had D here, so why not bash AA? Mainly because, why not?
It's
however.
Pastime.
But we're here actually to talk about his stream with Woes, and so I have not yet seen it because it doesn't.
He discussed.
It's in my top 5.
He discussed the Ukraine issue as well, and he was just solid on that too. Of course, I mean, basically, the basic test is like, or your default position is basically like, we're against this regime. We're not for anything the regime wants. Therefore, we don't want them to succeed in Ukraine, and that's a totally reasonable position, and it doesn't have anything to do with like pro-Russia or love Putin or anything like that. And unfortunately, most people just don't take that position. I mean, I'll just reiterate: he seems to understand the regime basically better than anyone at this point, except for maybe a select few people. Just to be fair, but yeah.
Well, the thing is, one of the things that AA was very perceptive about is that there was basically this. There are certain issues which, if people counter-signal them, they are enemies. I mean, you just cannot. I hate to say. I mean, again, I'm not by any means pro-Russia. I don't know really much about it. I don't follow it. But basically, if you're rooting for Ukraine, you're probably an enemy. If you're in any way accepting of anything that was done in the name of coronavirus, you're an enemy. If you're in any way supportive of BLM in any manner, you're an enemy. I mean, he was very good about that, and that was completely correct. I mean, you cannot give an inch on. So there's certain topics that you cannot give an inch. And I think that again is a perceptive analysis and one which he may have brought up again. I don't know.
Well, what did you make of it, Prude?
It was really good. I mean, this was AA. I like it when AA does solo streams because it's usually when he gets to be in his proper form. And I mean, he's got the war, I think, is the hardest issue that I think has really been one of those big divisive points since this whole issue broke out at the end of February. Like, it became very clear where the lines in the sand were being drawn, and I thought AA took the right position that I don't have a stake in being pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine in the ways that we've seen other parts of the right do so, but clearly the machinations of what like the USG and its allies are doing has more or less just decided to bankrupt Europe and hurt their people. And so you kind of don't want them to win out here. And that's a very reasonable position to take. Like, I tell people the same thing. Like, I don't have my moral qualm and quandary of this war is the fact that we not only are we slaughtering a bunch of Russians and Ukrainians for no real object reason in terms of the West, other than because we can, but we've also tanked what's left of like the European nations in the West. Yeah. But the point I really liked in his stream was this sort of just subtle observation about what he called like the sort of like the blackening of London, and that even like young white Brits are sound and talk like blacks. And it was a point that really struck with me because you're witnessing the same sort of phenomenon with Zoomers with their language. A lot of the Zoomerisms actually come from like the black community. And he has an observation that I've also noted that like if a lot of more racialized arguments that you want to consider in your politics, like I think that a lot more pro-white advocates should consider the fact that the black middle class and black America was destroyed. Like we committed cultural genocide with the Great Society, and I think that we're witnessing the same thing here in the name of civil rights and a disparate impact sort of theology that we live with in America. And more like people who get into like SoundCloud rapping and shit like that, they're all white guys. Yep. And I think that that's a real clear sign that you're witnessing cultural degeneration happen in the first hand. And I thought that was a really good sort of point that AA made, was just sort of that observation. And then he kind of went off on Twitter today about that Prime stuff. I don't even know what the hell that is. Some BS sugar water. But
yeah. Well, then one asks the question, though. I mean, again, this is the problem with AA so many times. Is why did he spend such a portion of his youth devoted to Black American, noise or music or whatever they call it?
A desire to understand. A desire.
No,
to
it isn't a desire. It is not a desire to understand. It is.
I don't think he was being Jane Goodall.
I don't know. I mean, again, I'm just suspicious of these certain things because, of course, you go off and you denounce the entire culture and history of America as just being, a complete evil.
Oh yeah, but we just totally forget about that.
No, we don't forget about that. I was extraordinarily upset about that, and which I still am, and I think it's just a completely stupid and inadequate frame that he keeps falling back upon. You can't do that. Denounce America, as some sort of quote negrified nation, and then completely go off about fucking Wu-Tang Clan lyrics. You can't do that. We see the hypocrisy of that sort of position, and I don't accept it. I don't accept it at all. Sorry. I mean, he's my friend, and I think he's a wonderfully intelligent person. But I just have difficulties with these things, and but I'm not that type of person. I mean, again, to what degree do we accept that the Twitter AA is an intellectually culpable entity, and to what degree do we just say, well, that's just he's just trolling? You know, I don't know. I'm not the sort of man who can do that. I need to be fairly consistent, you know, between when I'm speaking,
Well,
when I'm writing.
That's a face-to-face, like, personal relationship thing, and and I'm not saying you don't have one with him, but the point is that
I don't. I've never met him, nor will I ever, probably.
But see, that's to some extent, yeah, this isn't even about AA at all. The observation I'm making here, that's the nature of this in a lot of ways. You know, it's actually kind of cool because I've met Charlemagne face to face. You know, so it's like, all right, but it is otherwise. It's a very, yeah. That's just something I think we all need to get used to. Or actually, people as old as you and I need to get used to, D. Though, to be honest with you, we probably never will. And the young people are probably already used to it. This strange mediated disjunction. But yeah, we can't. Yes, AA is not responsible for that as such. Though I do think he rather opportunistically surfs that disjunction at times. I do love him still, and when Unpopular Opinions doesn't happen and you two guys aren't on, I still am sad.
Well, same is. I you know, again, there is no reason for me to do UO and to continue this relationship. I have no monetary interest in it. It is just something I do because I like to do it, and I'm interested in, you know, this kind of back and forth. I'm interested in speaking about it, and I love talking to him. I mean, you know, we have a very special relationship. I don't know if you could call it friendship, because I don't know if he's friends with anyone. But I certainly like him and care about him, and you know, and disagreements aside, you know, he's a wonderful interlocutor, and you know, and I value our time together. You know, whenever we do UO or whatever else we do. So you know, yeah, I'm not. I don't want people to think I'm bashing him. You know, I'm just.
Indeed,
I'm giving him the criticism of someone who I respect very much. So there you go.
Yes. And so would you, Charlemagne and Prude, given what you know of this, I'm certainly going to go and watch all of it. I just have to wait until it's not a problem for me to do so on Odyssey, on my phone, because it's going to go on so long. I have to do other things, which means I can't sit at a computer. Yeah, anyway, it all has to do with my problems with my web connection. So I will definitely be going to see it. But what do you guys think about it? It's a good one, right? We should all go watch it, shouldn't we?
Yeah, like I said, it's in my top 5.
Yeah, it's also in my top 5. This was probably one of AA's like better solo performances or like one-on-ones. Yeah. I mean, it's really, this was also sort of like AA's 2022 greatest hits album on just everything ranging from his perspectives on elite theory, his talk at the Traditional Britain group, the discussion over like the Canadian trucker protests. Andrew Tate was discussed. The tranny question was being discussed, and even bloody J.K. Rowling came up. Like it's a very good stream. Definitely one of AA's best performances this year.
And if you want to know what a beast AA is, he was extraordinarily ill when he did this. I mean, he had not eaten since Christmas Day. I mean, he had literally eaten nothing and had nothing to drink other than 7-Up free, 7-Up Zero. You know, he had nothing else. So
it's a 4-hour stream.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a weird way. I mean, he's a kind of Superman in certain respects.
He is. That's for sure. The productivity, absolutely. He's fucking hammering it. Because
I need a 12-hour nap to be able to do it to do a stream of that length. So,
right. Yes, he's got the power. He has med power, med crossbred with Welsh power. I'm definitely.
Sorry.
I'm definitely gonna check out his. So this brings us around to the fucking Dark Tower, the giant 7 hours tall Dark Tower of the man who says power. It's 7 hours. So Charlemagne, I think, is the only one who caught all of it today. I have not yet had a chance to watch it. Obviously, totally big Morgoth.
Hello again there,
Yeah.
folks.
Hello again there, folks. Morgoth here. Yes. How was it?
Honestly, the sheer length of the stream ruined it. Like, they were at no point was the conversation bad, but I mean, you just can't do 7 hour streams. Like, I know we're practically on the verge of 5 hours here, but yeah, it was really good. I mean, definitely top tier content. But I can't even put it in top 5 just because it was so bloody long. I mean, I think there was, if you're gonna go back and watch it, just don't watch the last 2 hours, which is just super chats. I mean, they even have some interesting conversations at that point, which is kind of why it's so frustrating, because that there's no point in the stream where the content is not good. But watching it live was actually just miserable. I really enjoyed the first 3 or 4 hours, but yeah, I think they should have just made that. They had a good thing going in terms of what Woes was doing in terms of covering all of Morgoth's interesting articles that he had picked out for the year. It was a good tactic, but yeah, he really should have kept it to 4 hours, I think, because 7 hours was just obscenely long. And maybe this also gets, like, I hate super chats, and I don't understand where super chat culture came from, where, like, if you pay someone money, they're, like, obligated to respond and answer in this question answer format. I mean, like, the super chat doesn't have that built in. It's just like a way for you to send money and also a message. But for some reason, when people send super chats, we have to spend hours of our life, like, pouring over them. I mean, why?
Yeah.
So that really sucked. And then, yeah. I guess if you don't watch it live and you watch it in chunks, it'll be better. But watching a 7 hour stream live was just like, I've basically forgotten the whole stream because it was just so much, so long, and you just have it like playing your entire day while you're doing other stuff because you can't just sit there and actually focus on it, right? So I think that was honestly, that was probably the biggest mistake of the whole Millennial. Was Morgoth was sort of the final boss of the streams, but I think the stream kind of whiffed it due to just the sheer length. Like, yeah. So
I would
that's
agree.
my
I mean, I just think even genius people, there's just a limit to which the human mind can sort of engage in things like that. And I just think that 3 hours is really the limit.
But see, like, when I'm thinking about, like, what amount of time would I like to be self-satisfied listening to myself talk? I'm like, 7 hours, fine, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but you love listening to you. You can listen to yourself farting.
Absolutely. Well, no, that's not necessarily. It's got to be an eloquent pronouncement. Well, I want to hear what Prude has to say about it since he actually heard it. But I will observe this. These are actually historical documents. They are. Now, I'm not trying to be too grand with it, but I mean, I've looked at how some fucking YouTube channel will post some crap early Richard Pryor stand-up comedy event as a precious historical document, and I'll think to myself, yeah, deeply hurt person, a bunch of funny observations. Yes, I can see the seed forms of what later became a successful comedy career, and I'm happy to look at that in retrospect. 7 hours of Morgoth and Woes talking, yeah, I can see totally where you would say that for, like, this year, but I can see listening to it across a 2-day period and enjoying it, and in the future, who knows what interesting facets of it that aren't even apparent to us now will become more obvious. But
I'm with Charlemagne too. I mean, if you want to do that, then break it up into 2 streams, and let both Woes and Morgoth, refresh their minds.
Well,
I don't know. You can also press pause, motherfucker.
The thing is, I'm never gonna rewatch the stream, and I don't remember anything from it.
Well, yeah, but you don't remember the ones from the streams you liked.
I remember some of them. I mean, I remember more from AA's stream than Morgoth's stream. And I finished Morgoth's stream literally the moment it ended, and then we started this.
No,
right?
no, I remember. Yeah, we were.
It literally
very
wiped out my
careful not
brain,
to start.
right? Like it was so long, it literally just wiped my memory of it because I was mentally exhausted from trying to pay attention to a thing for literally 7 hours straight.
You can't do it.
Proof.
I mean,
proof
the
that
longest
7-hour
stream I
corporate-
ever did, the longest stream I ever did with AA was 5 hours and 15 minutes. You know, I mean, that was one sitting, and that was the second installment of the John Margulies stream. I mean, this was a stream with me and AA looking at very interesting photographs, and by the end of it, I just wanted to like drill a hole in my head and let all the liquid leak out and die. I mean, you know, there's a certain point where you can't. Your brain just doesn't work anymore.
I mean, you get immense stream fatigue. I mean, I actually have it now.
Yeah.
Although it's not.
I'm aching to go to bed.
This isn't too much of an intellectual stream, but I mean, I have it now, and I actually got stream fatigue listening to Morgoth's stream, which has never happened to me before.
Oh.
I only get stream fatigue around the 2 to 3 hour mark while I'm actually talking, but I actually experienced that same fatigue just listening to a stream because it was so obscenely long. Like,
yeah. Prue, did you listen to any of Morgoth?
I caught the first 2 hours, which, although it took about 90 minutes for Morgoth's writings to be addressed at all. Not to say that the first 2 hours aren't good. I quite like Woes and Morgoth. I've been watching Millennial since 2018. That's how I discovered Semiagog and his wonderful existence. But I will have to watch the rest probably in bite-sized chunks. But the first 2 hours were pretty good, and it was nice to just be in a casual setting where Morgoth and Woes kind of get to just chat it up, and it's enjoyable. But if you're going to watch it, I guess maybe follow Charlemagne's advice and just maybe kick the last 2 hours out and just not focus on the super chats. But, you know, I am pro super chat and pro answering them because I will answer your questions. I will take your money and I will happily give you the answer you're looking for.
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess he didn't plan on it, but if he planned on it, once they got to the 4 hour mark, they probably should have paused or something. I mean, the thing is, like, we've been listening to Millennial Woes content, you know, definitely 7 hours a day, potentially in some days, but it's broken up to some extent that it's different people and there are breaks. But so if he had actually just done a break, even like an hour break or 30-minute break, and split it up into 2-3 hour streams, that could have been, you know, tolerable. But
tough for him. Tough for him.
Yeah.
Everybody's a director.
I mean, I was looking forward to the stream out of everything, but in my opinion, it whiffed. It was just too long.
And look at this cod swallop 99 iron fucking Duke. Oh, so Charlemagne and Dia both weak. It's all about weak.
Do you want to wrench him? You can't wrench 99 iron Duke.
No, I'm not gonna wrench him. I know people like him for some reason, but you know. It's not about weakness. It's about efficiency. And I know I just said that efficiency is fucking bollocks, and I hate efficiency.
I could just see you clapping your hand to hurry along, mass.
You know, but it's not. You know, again, it's just. I'm very angry. I'm gonna just bury myself in a hole like a round frog because I'm done. I don't know. I don't think it has to do with weakness. I think it has to do with effectiveness.
I mean, fucking weakness. I listened to 7 hours, and now I've been on here for like 5 hours. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Do you know this? I mean, this fucking man lives on a fucking permafrost, frozen tundra where he has to like kill rabbits in order to survive. He's covered his groin in rabbit skin so that he doesn't fucking freeze and lose his balls. I mean, you call this man weak? Anyway. Can we wrap this up? Can I go to bed?
Well. Now, first of all, the one who has put himself out the most in order to rescue this stream, though, D, you did. I mean, your star power really did pull us up out of a nose.
Oh, I'm fucking shit. I'm just shit. You admit it.
No, you're not. You saved us.
You're one of my favorite people, D.
Absolutely. However, Prude, as I understand it, does have to get up for something tomorrow. that
Yeah,
I
so
should be
do I. I'm
boxing
gonna have a
about.
horrible day tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna suck, but that's okay. This was fun.
It was fun.
That's been
Well,
that's my 20s logic there. Tomorrow's gonna suck. Tonight was fun.
I know.
Nice.
You could still do that without too many repercussions, both of you.
Yeah, I can do it. I find I'm cross-eyed and I walk into walls. Yeah.
Cross-eyed and painless, indeed.
Yeah. So what else do we want to say in closing about this wonderful millennial?
I want to know
We love
Charlemagne's top
woes.
5.
Oh, yeah. What's the top 5, Charlotte?
Oh, let's see. The Biz Archives, Paul Fahrenheit, Black Pilled, Academic Agent, and Asha Logos. Yeah, that's my top 5.
Who's next?
You.
D, your top 5.
Yeah, D, go.
My top 5 are Prudentialist and AA and Morgoth and Prudentialist and AA.
Fucking, you're just going to be kicked from this stream right now, man. All right, fine. Leave me out. Prude?
So my top 5 were, in no particular order, Black Pilled, that Niels Wegner gentleman, just because I liked the autism, the Biz Archives, Blood Satellite, and Academic Agent.
Interesting. Blood Satellites catching some good vibes. I'm gonna have to watch that one. There are many of these that I want to watch, and many I enjoyed. But to think of like what the best ones were so far, the first one that comes to mind, Godfrey Bloom, I really enjoyed.
He's my honorable mention. I loved him. He was so great.
Yeah, and also I'm a bad one because I haven't seen enough of them yet. Let me see here. What else did I see? I enjoyed very much Frody's stream. I haven't seen the Biz Archives yet. I really like Distributist's stream. I saw Jay Burden. Gerard Murphy I really liked. But I have to choose. See, I haven't watched all of them, so I'm just going to choose top 3. Definitely Godfrey Bloom. I'm trying to eat. For me, it's when I make notes. Yeah, I really like Martin Lickmetz. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh well. See, I'll choose 4: UK Column and Frody. But I have to watch more, and I really like Jared Taylor, so call that 5. But I really want to see Black Pilled. I want to see Survive the Jive. I really want to see Blood Satellite now. So hopefully everyone here understands that you're supposed to come back and check these out over time. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are literally, 70 or whatever of them that there are. So, when you think about the fact that it's just too much to do a 7-hour stream, please do be aware, it hammered woes in the past, but and these days he was saying he really enjoyed it, this year, this time around, and he wanted to go further, but be aware of how much time it takes him. So yeah.
Let me give some advice. Listen, I mean, you just watch all of them. He's given you this gift of all this material. I mean, you might not like some of the people, you might not like some of the ideas, but it's a very interesting conversation, whoever it's going to be, whether it succeeded or failed. So give them all a listen. This fellow was every year produces all of this content, and you can listen over the months. And
I have literally linked the millennial.com for this year.
Oh yeah,
in the chat. Go listen and go watch if you prefer. This stuff's great. I've been consuming this stuff since 2018. The number of people I have discovered that are now people I get to talk to, like Semyagog, it's been a blessing. And if you're some of those people that were got started, say listening to Sargon or whatever, and you wanted something more, Woe's provided it for you, and he does this humbly every year free of charge, unless you
Free of charge.
You should support him by all means, but this is really good stuff. And Oliver's right when he says that this is sort of a historical record, because he's got all the MP3s of every single one he's done. And you can go back and you can see the discourse and the evolution of where we've come from and where we're going. And that's really important to have. So there's as lighthearted as we've been at points, this stuff's really important. And I can't stress that enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, as we said, I mean, this is a historical record of, I would say, a significant, if not limited at the moment, intellectual movement. And it's all really important.
If he were a fucking black lesbian, he would have a PhD at Columbia by now with all this record, and all these books would have been done about him, and he'd be playing a crystal flute at fucking Caesar's palace.
It's not all it's cracked up to be. Yeah. No, you just go listen to it and support him. And as I said, he does this every year.
Docs detail. Yes.
No, fuck off. Anyway, it's been wonderful. I feel guilty, of course, because I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. I mean, listened to all of them last year.
Look at you. You showed up without having listened to one to jump on the stream. So
I'm trying to get heat and water in my bath. So, I mean, there are priorities in life.
I totally understand. And do not feel surrounded by your crazy Pacific Island wilderness, D. You should draw strength from the fact that you are now in a wild place, and that soon you will tame it. You will make it as you wish it to be.
Indeed, or I will provide food for the lichens and moss. Anyway, listen, lads, it's been wonderful, and again, I don't feel like I deserve to be here, but I certainly wanted to give support for people, for Woes.
Hell yeah, man! Thank you,
and for all the wonderful people who appeared, including our friends like Semigog and Traditionalist and AA.
Yes.
And you should watch all their content because they're amazing people. And thank you again for tolerating me. And good night.
Good night. I can't do that I can't. Yeah, it doesn't go that high. Yeah, Prude, you have to get up early. Charlemagne, you do as well. Any closing thoughts, gentlemen?
The only closing thought I will do is I will just humbly shill my own millennial appearance because he does his rankings of view count and things like that. So I'd like to be up there. I'd like to maybe be reconsidered for next year. So by all means, go give it a watch and go give Semiagogs want to watch. And if you haven't seen all of them, well, we just put the link in the chat and you should go watch these because these are important.
Absolutely. Charlemagne?
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to these every year. I echo everything Dee said. You should definitely go watch them all because it's a great gift. And yeah, it's an awesome tradition, and I hope to see it continue for many years to come. And that's it. Yeah.
Well, right on, gentlemen. Thank you both very, very much for coming on, especially Prude. I realize you were not in a position to be able to do this, and you kindly came on and made it much, much better for having done so, because there were, a lot of these that Charlemagne couldn't remember and I've not yet seen. So thank you very much.
I just apologize for not being available sooner. I just hate Dallas traffic.
Oh, yeah. No problem, brother. No problem. And Charlemagne, yeah, keep yourself warm. Don't end up a popsicle. So yeah, until next time. Yeah, that was our casual review of Millennial for 2022. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all. Until next time, I'm Semigog, and I am out.